Podcast is now starting. All attendees are in listen-only mode.
Right, start over. So let's call this meeting of the Citizens Advisory Committee to order for June 10th. Have a couple of announcements. As we continue to meet on Zoom and electronically and on GoToMeeting, we have some ground rules and some restrictions. I'm told that we still have a 6 video camera limit to be shown at any one time. So if you're not speaking, I respectfully ask that you keep your video off. We have a full agenda today to cover and a number of things that are quite important. Let me read the I'll read the chairman's announcements in a moment. Why don't we go around our virtual room and do a self-introduction? If you'll pop up on the screen, I'll call you, turn your cameras on, and we'll do a roll call. Lou, are you up?
Yeah, I'm up. Can you hear me?
I can. Go ahead.
I'm Lou Prida. I represent the at-large business interests.
Thank you. Rick?
Hi, good morning, everybody. This is Rick Fernandez representing District 3 on behalf of Les Miller's appointment.
Thank you, Rick. Hoyt?
Good morning, everyone. Hoyt Prindle, appointed by Commissioner Pat Kemp.
Thank you. Stephen?
Good morning, everyone. I'm appointed by Rick Lott in Plant City.
Stephen Hollenkamp. Thank you. Rick Richmond?
Good morning, everybody. Rick Richmond, appointed by the Planning Commission.
Thank you. Barbara?
Hi, I'm Barbara Kennedy Gibson, appointed by Cindy Stewart of the school board.
Thank you. Cliff?
Good morning, Cliff Reese, representing Neighborhoods at Large.
And Dana?
Dana Lazarus, representing people under 30 at large.
Thank you. Christine, good morning.
Good morning. I'm Christine Acosta, and I'm appointed by Joseph Citro on the Tampa City Council.
Thank you. Ed? We can't hear you, Ed.
Sorry about that. I'm Ed, and I'm appointed by Hart.
Thank you, Ed. Amy?
Amy Espinosa, I represent Women at Large.
Thank you. Any others on the phone? Jeff? Nikki's on video. Nikki?
Nikki Rice, representing Tampa City Council for Guido Maniscalco, City of Tampa.
Thank you. Jeff Lucas, are you still on the phone? Any others on the phone? And I'm Bill Roberts. I represent the Hillsborough Aviation Authority. And Rich Clarendon is on the video, but not on picture. So Rich, welcome.
Good morning.
We have a couple of announcements. At my request and per the MPO bylaws, all speakers are asked to address only the presiding chair for recognition. Confine your remarks to the question under debate and avoid personalities or indecorous language or behavior, please. Next section of our meeting is the public comment. I ask that you limit your remarks to 3 minutes. We will call on you, and I think Rich Clarendon is going to orchestrate this part of it, but the public comments are welcome and may be given at this virtual meeting by logging into the website above on your agenda and clicking the raise your hand button. Do we have any public comment?
I am looking. I do not see any raised hands, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. One last call. Any other public comment? I know we have a number of other attendees who are part of presentations. Okay, very good. Item number 4 on our agenda is members' interests. I know of one that wants to call to our attention. Anyone want to speak on members' interest? Turn your video on. Hoyt, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good morning, everyone. You should have seen a draft resolution that I put together, and thank you for Cliff for acting as a good proofreader. A reminder to everyone that drafting things and editing things on one's cell phone is not necessarily the wisest thing to do, so I'm appreciative of Cliff cleaning up my work a little bit there. But essentially, the point of the resolution is this: I don't think I need to tell anybody about what has been going on in our country the last couple of weeks with the issues surrounding George Floyd's death and kind of the organic protests in terms of the way that we handle racism in this country. And so, given that this board represents the community, and transportation and the history of transportation has seen a lot of our country's racism manifested in the way that we implement transportation policy. I thought it was an important opportunity for us as a board and members of the community to take a stand on what we believe is going on in the country, and to endorse people positively and productively protesting to make changes for the better for all of us. And so I don't know procedurally, Mr. Chair, when a good time would be to potentially vote on this. I don't know if that needs to go to unfinished or new business as opposed to members' interest, because I don't think we usually vote during the members' interest time. So I will leave that up to the chair's instruction in terms of when I should make a motion. But that's basically it. And one comment I have in terms of Cliff's edits, which I appreciate, I do think it's important that we do leave in the comments specifically about racism directed towards African Americans. I'm certainly fine to help include other minorities as well, because that's absolutely true. But I think certainly our African American community has borne the brunt of racism in this country over the past 400 years, and so I think it's important for us to acknowledge that head on. So I thank the chair for the time, and we'll go ahead and yield the floor back. Thank you.
Good. Thank you, Hoyt. Let me come back to that members' interest item in a moment. Is there any other items that members want to bring up under members' interest? Rick Fernandez, did you have something?
Thank you, Chair. And good morning again to everybody. A couple of things real quick, and then a couple of things that may lead to motion later. First, I had made a request at least 2 meetings ago for some status on the Boulevard Tampa project, which I think has been certainly vetted at our level and at the MPO level, but most recently there was, I understand anyway, some discussion at the MPO board about it and funding and timing and the like. I would dearly appreciate some update on that today if possible, since we're moving into the tip review period. Okay. Second, and Fritch, if you know and can answer that, even now, that'd be wonderful, but I'll carry on and shut up or shut up either way.
Yeah, hi, this is Rich Clarendon again. Just a quick answer on that. So you remember we looked at the Unified Planning Work Program in May. The Boulevard was up for consideration and a potential project for the next 2 years, Unified Planning Work Program. We put that into the sort of list of candidate projects. We asked MPO members, board members to weigh in on which planning tasks they thought were most important, bearing in mind that we didn't have funding enough to do everything. And the Boulevard study did not get a lot of votes. But having said that, I think it's not off the table completely. I think we just need to see if there's a grant or a special funding source that might allow us to do that study. And the other thing I think that probably bears on this is the aspect of having a good alternative in the form of transit. I think absent a true transit alternative serving the same corridor or the same travel pattern, it's going to be an uphill battle. That's just my opinion. I think Beth is on the line. If she has anything she wants to add to that, she certainly can.
Hey, this is Beth. Glad to be with you this morning, but Rich explained it really well. I think that the only thing that I would add is that several of the board members communicated to me that they're open to coming back to this topic in future years. We do update our list of planning studies every year, and so if we get to a point where this looks more promising, they'd be happy to add it back into our list of planning studies.
Okay, thank you. And just for the record, if I may, I fully understand that this is not urgent, right? I've said, if I've said it once, I've probably said it 20 times, that this is something that's long down the road. Before we get to that, we would have to be addressing other transit alternatives. To Rich's point, I can only say I hope to God that the MPO board has figured that out by now, and we're not talking about doing it next year. But given what Rich said, I know that'll be something I'll be talking about on June the 30th to make sure they remember that. Okay, second, and I think, Rich, you may have addressed this earlier without even intending to, the protocol for the June 30 meeting. I gathered from your earlier comment that may wind up being mostly, if not entirely, virtual. Is that correct?
Yes. This is Rich again, and we were talking about this before the meeting started. Bill asked what is the prospect of having the building reopen, and the honest answer is I don't think we have a good sense of that. We don't have a timeline for when the county center will reopen. So we're planning to have a virtual public hearing. And I think conceptually it'll work very much like the in-person public hearings where people sign up in advance and are called on to speak in order in which they sign up. We are working out the protocols for donating time. But I think that's going to be a possibility too, so that if you come with a group, and I do mean, virtually are present, then you could have more than the usual 3-minute allotment of time. So that's what I know at this point. We are going to try to be sending out a flyer or have a flyer available. With details on what are some of the highlights or major projects, new projects and priorities in the TIP, and it'll have the same sort of information on how to participate.
Okay, thank you, appreciate it. Next, I've been the recipient of a lot of what I think are very good ideas of late. I'm talking to a lot of people. Secondary to my campaign, so I'm getting in places where I haven't been in a while and talking to a lot of people. And one of the things that I recently picked up on from a very well-meaning gentleman was the idea of not penalizing workers for being late if they are utilizing transit and the tardiness is as a result of the transit system having failed them, or him or her, as the appropriate pronoun might be. I think in light of, certainly in circumstances that we've seen of late, We recognize how important transit is and what a limited number of ways people have to get around if they don't have a car. And our transit system doesn't necessarily service those needs as well as it might regularly and with good headways. So I would like to tee that up as a member interest. It may or may not materialize as a motion later, but I think it's something we could talk about in the context of transportation demand management and incorporating enablement, if you will, by the employer class to facilitate this sort of thing. Finally, we're going to be considering the tip in just a couple of minutes as soon as I shut up. And one of the things that's I think pretty clear to us is that most, if not all, of the priorities on the tip are informed in one way or another by studies that have resulted in traffic counts. The whole concept of widening the interstate is based on the idea that we're going to increase in population and that population is going to bring cars with it. What I'd like to suggest is that we have a motion, which I will intend to make later in the day, asking the MPO to request of FDOT or its consultants to run a new traffic count or new traffic count projections, assuming a percentage shift from office work to telecommuting. I think it's very likely that we will have fewer people on the roads even after the pandemic is over. And my recollection of Federal Highway Administration publications is that a very small percentage of cars off the road makes a huge difference in terms of congestion. I recall reading as little as 5%. And since I think most of the folks that come to us out of Pasco County are white collar workers, it may well be a significant piece of that 5%, if not more. So I would love to see those projections, assuming the new reality, and see where we wind up. We may find that we don't need a wider road anywhere at all, at least not on the interstate system. So I will leave that there, and consider that a preview of a coming motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Rick. Lou Frieda, did you have a comment under members' interest? Nope. Christine, you're up.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I had a question about Rick's question regarding the boulevard. We did have a discussion in which we intended to request of FDOT that they break the study estimated $1 million plus into smaller bite sizes, and I just wondered if there was any dialogue or anything, did we get any traction on that request?
Sure, this is Beth. I can respond to that. And the answer is yes. They did accept that request, and so the recommendation that we took to the MPO board was for just a first phase of a study for $150,000, which could fit into the existing funding sources that we have, not rely on having sales tax funds available for transportation planning. It was still not prioritized by the board for this coming cycle of projects.
Thank you, Beth. Lou, did you have a comment under members' interest, or are you just on the video? Nope. Nikki Rice. Go ahead, Nikki.
Okay, sorry. I wanted to ask a question. A member's interest today would be, where is the actual on this? It's not letting me go into questions or chat on what we're on today. And where is the hand raising button? I'm on an actual computer and do not see it on a Mac.
So this is Rich. Nikki, I believe you were made a panelist, which means you don't need to raise your hands. You can unmute yourself at any time and turn on your webcam like you are now to be recognized by the chair.
Thank you. And to address a bylaw, I have a bylaw question I'd like to address to the chair. Under our bylaws, does a person have to be present in order to have a vote recorded? Because during our last meeting, because I was going back to the salon, I had to go to a important doctor's meeting so I could make sure not to infect people. And I was not able to get out of that meeting back in time, but I did send to both Rich and Beth that I wanted it shown on the record that I supported and was going to vote yes in regards to the motion that was pre-sent out and read by myself, proposed by Rick Fernandez. And my vote was not recorded. And I don't know if that was due to bylaw issues or why that would not have been recorded as a yes vote for me on the record. So it's in regards to the minutes, but also in regard to the bylaw.
Nikki, how did you convey that information to Beth? Was it an email?
I sent a direct message to Beth on here and to Rich.
Okay. I think it would be, and Rich can comment further if he wants to, but I think it would be appropriate for us to amend the minutes to show that you made that comment after you had to leave the meeting. I'm not sure. I do not recall the number of the vote, so I'm not sure if that would have had an effect, but I think our Robert's Rules of Order require that a member be present to actually vote on a matter. Okay.
Okay, because I know that I can't put a proxy on here like I can with other boards. It's not like we have a proxy. So I made sure to, since the motion was in writing and read in advance, unless there were massive amendments or changes to the motion.
Right.
And I stated that I absolutely support this motion based on reading it and wanted that vote recorded, and it was not recorded to my knowledge. So if it was, please correct that for me, but my understanding is my vote was not actually recorded.
If you're not present in the meeting, either by video or by phone, your vote is not counted, but I'm happy to accept an amendment to the minutes to reflect that you had to leave the meeting early and supported the motion. Is that fair enough?
That's fair enough, thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Any other members' interest comments? I'd like to come back to Hoyt's suggestion and his proposed resolution that he's drafted with Cliff's help. Is there any comment or feeling amongst the members about taking action on this? I have a couple of ideas. But I know Hoyt's taken considerable time to put this together. So any thoughts about it?
This is Amy Espinosa. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
I can, Amy. Yeah.
I'm sorry, I'm new to this platform, so I don't know how to share my video yet. There we go. Yeah, I saw in the notes that Dana had submitted some edits, so I haven't seen those. And I would probably like to see those before I comment.
Okay. Dana, did you want to comment on the proposed resolution?
I did. Yeah, I spent a couple hours actually yesterday looking it over and really doing my best. Oh, there it is. To address some of the things in it that I was wanting to just improve a little bit, workshop a little bit, based on my research and like essentially my life's work on understanding the intersection between equity and transportation. And so I created those suggested revisions, and then I kind of followed Cliff's lead by explaining each revision that I made. And, you know, I spent a lot of time on it, and then I didn't see it get sent out to everybody the same way that Cliff's was. I was wondering if maybe Rich or Beth could kind of explain why they weren't sent out. Rich did mention something about a task force, so, or a committee on this resolution.
Yeah, I can address that, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, Rich, go ahead. Address her question anyway. Yeah.
Yeah, generally we'll try to send things to the committee. You know, I mean, our agenda material is, our standard is to send it out a week in advance. This was definitely, you know, received within less than a week, both Hoyt's and Cliff's and Dana's. I felt like, you know, I didn't want to pepper the committee with, you know, who knows how many versions of this, because it could get very confusing. And I was also getting, you know, feedback from some of our public information people that it's confusing to the public, and, you know, might not represent the MPO's position, you know, as a board. So I felt, you know, I better just stop with what I had sent and make this available in this format. I did want to put it out, the original version, and, you know, with Cliff's edits or suggestions, just put it on our meeting website so that, you know, the public knew that this was going to be coming up as a potential item. So I apologize, Dana, I didn't get to yours and get it sent out, you know, to committee members, but I think, you know, this is worthy of discussion. It was an off the agenda item. And I think, you know, the chair probably will want to weigh in on this in terms of how he wants to handle it.
Okay, thank you. I'll come back to that. Cliff, did you have a comment?
Just that, you know, I looked quickly at Dana's edits and it addressed the, you know, the couple of points that I had included in my original edits. So I'm on board either way.
Okay, thank you. Well, this is an important issue. It's very timely, and it is somewhat time sensitive that we consider it, if we're going to consider it at all. The staff has gotten some feedback from the original posting. Rich and I have had a conversation about it as it relates to the MPO and to our committee. I'm going to suggest that we form a subcommittee of the CAC to look into this and wordsmith it, for lack of a better term. I would be happy to accept volunteers to serve on that subcommittee. For this purpose would require notice in the sunshine, a staff person present, and I would like to get something going on it. I appreciate what bringing our attention in front of us. So with his permission, which I'm not hold it out of the form of a subcommittee to bring this back to the CAC at our next meeting, and then get it in front of the MPO. Hoyt.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Is this, and I think you're correct that this is something that's timely given what's going on, needs to be addressed. So I guess I am not opposed to the idea of a subcommittee. I think my concern is while various governments around the country and even within the state and businesses are, you know, addressing this issue kind of quickly and timely. My concern always with a committee or something like this is that, you know, we put it into committee and we spend the time to wordsmith the language, and then, you know, we're not able to produce a result back to the full board for, you know, another month or two, and then by, you know, let's say August, something else is going on where this maybe this statement from us has less impact. So that's my only concern. I defer here to the sentiment of the board generally, because I think it's important that we're speaking with a relatively unified voice on this issue. And I'm thankful that I've seen Dana's changes now. I think they're good. But my general concern about a committee is that it's gonna slow this process down and make it take too long, where we're putting out, we're spending more time maybe than is necessary to try to perfect a 3-paragraph statement. That's kind of my general sentiment. But like I said, if that's really where the entire committee feels that, a committee or delay so that everybody can have input, so that we can get the language to where we want it, I won't object to it. But that's my general sentiment, is that I think we should probably move forward with this sooner rather than later. Thank you.
Thank you, Hoyt. I agree. I'll recognize Nikki, and then I'll comment on Hoyt's comments. Nikki?
I adamantly stand behind what Hoyt just said, in the sense that the reason the system fails people is because we constantly put things off. And we're like, we'll get back to that. We'll get back to that. There's no getting back to that. This is where we are right now. We are not a voting board in the sense that we are the actual voting MPO. We are a citizen advisory committee. So I believe putting this statement out right now is not going to make a direct change on the entire trajectory of the plan for the transportation improvement plan. It's saying this is where we stand. And a lot of people forget that the intent of an MPO was to make sure that urban areas were not negatively impacted by the development of the highway system. And MPOs have failed urban areas, and Tampa is a perfect example of how race relations, how our economic situation has been impacted by dividing us into east and west. So I really believe at this point we should make a motion to adopt that we stand behind this and move on with getting to the transportation improvement plan. Because I think the subcommittee just keeps putting it off.
Thank you. Dana, comment?
Yeah. Excuse me. I also agree that I would definitely prefer to see a resolution get passed today. The reason I even bothered to comment on it is because there were some things that I felt worried that if they were passed, it would be seen as the MPO, and it's not even a perception issue. It's does the MPO understand what's actually going on with inequity in transportation, like why that's happening? Are we just saying, oh, we stand with the protesters, we know that racism happens and we are against it? Or are we making a declaration that we are ready to see how the government and transportation planning has created these conditions and perpetuates these conditions, and we are ready to change? And it just seemed to me like, and I'm so happy that Hoyt wrote this resolution, and it was well worded, but just kind of that philosophy difference of the way that it was written as Hoyt wrote it, to me said, racial discrimination has snuck into transportation and we don't think that's okay, as opposed to something of substance. And so when I made my suggestions, I was trying to really identify the root cause of inequity and how transportation affects it, and to say, like, we know that we must change. We know that we must take policy action. So I don't know how many people get that or on board with that automatically, or how much we actually need to talk about that discrepancy in order to pass this resolution, or if today we should pass a resolution that just says we recognize that, or we stand with the peaceful protesters and we are going to do something about this, and then maybe have a task force on on how we go about it, but maybe just a resolution on like just kind of a basic like recognition that there's a problem and we have to change. That would be my suggestion.
Thank you, Dana. And let me go back, Lou. I'm going to recognize you in just a moment, but I want to comment on really Hoyt and Dana's comments. I've not studied the amendment or the changes to the resolution, and I'd like to, but as a part of my report to the MPO at their meeting next time, I am obligated and would be happy to report that this issue has come before us and that we have appointed a subcommittee to craft language that we think would be important. And the reason I think it's important to get this right is because we have learned now over the last 2 or 3 years that this MPO does listen to the CAC. They do accept a number of our recommendations, certainly not all. And I think if we're going to send something to them and ask them to agree to it, notwithstanding the fact that Hoyt did a really good job getting this before us and putting it together, I'd like to be sure that we have language that a majority of our committee can support. If in fact, Dana, you want to bring up under new business a motion supporting the concept, I'll be happy to entertain that. That said, Lou, did you have a comment on this member's interest issue?
If Hoyt is okay, I think Hoyt mentioned that he was okay with the edits that Dana had. I would prefer to pass something more timely today. I would fully support Hoyt's and Dana's both express thoughts that have been running through my mind, having lived in this city for 70 years. So I fully support it, and just want to make that known.
All right,
so if Hoyt's okay, I think we ought to do something sooner than later. If you want to set up a task force and come back with some more in-depth detail. This covers a very general, it's a philosophy that I think we need to carry going forward.
Okay.
It should have been carrying for a long time. There's no question.
I don't disagree. Thank you, Lou. Stephen?
Yeah, I agree as well. I think timeliness is most important here. If Hoyt proposes a motion right now, I will second that.
Okay, we're not taking motions under members' interest. Hoyt, did you have a comment?
Yes, one quick point of clarification, Mr. Chair. Rich and I went back and forth in email briefly, and so to address Dana's point in terms of the taking tangible action piece, that is where the language at the bottom regarding having MPO staff to kind of develop tangible action items came from. And so in my mind, that I think maybe to get to the general sense is trying to convey kind of our general sentiment on the action, on what's going on now, while being able to put a more tangible plan in place, because obviously I don't think we can do that today. So that's my general sentiment. Like I said, I think I would be fine with maybe passing something today in terms of general sentiment. And if we wanted to drill down on specific language or specific action items, I wouldn't object to further involvement in that regard.
Thank you. Okay, having said that, I'm going to proceed with our concept of appointing a subcommittee to craft final language. If members want to make a motion under new business regarding this issue, general or specific, we'll certainly entertain it. Hoyt, I'd like to ask if you, as the originator of this issue, would serve as chair, and I'd like to get at least 2 other volunteers to serve on that committee, recognizing that it will be a meeting of the subcommittee in the sunshine. Anyone?
I would like to serve on that committee.
I'm sorry, who is that?
This is David Bailey. Sorry.
Okay.
I'm on my subcommittee today.
Okay. David, you'd like to be on that subcommittee?
Yes.
Okay. Anyone else? Cliff Reese, you indicating positively? Okay. Anyone else? Dana? Okay. So that gives us Hoyt plus 3 members Christine, you want to You want to serve as well? Okay. We don't need a committee of the whole, but that's fine. So my request is that this committee schedule a meeting with staff present with instructions to come back to our next full meeting with language that we can recommend regarding this important and timely issue. The matter is not going to go away. And I think that if we get something that we're all comfortable with, or certainly a majority are comfortable with, we can pass it on to the MPO. They will respect it and are very likely to pass something that we craft very carefully. So with that, I'm going to close the members' interest portion of the meeting. We'll move on now to our approval of the minutes of our last meeting. Are there any comments or recommendations regarding the minutes? Do I hear a motion to approve the minutes of our May 20th?
Bill, I got a correction for you.
Cliff, go ahead.
Under paragraph number 5, where it states after a correction to the minutes by Rick Fernandez that he needs to be listed as present, that was actually me, not Rick. You just need to change the name there from Ricardo Fernandez to Cliff Reese.
Okay.
That was, paragraph 5, approval of the minutes.
Okay. This is the May 20th meeting?
Yes.
All right, we're okay. Nikki, you have a comment on the minutes?
And the correction regarding my vote on
Okay.
Rick's motion.
You want to be recognized as having voted after the, having left the meeting?
I voted prior to leaving the meeting on
Okay.
the proposed motion.
Okay. Any other corrections to the minutes? Christine?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. We, when we voted in to echo the Tampa City Council statement about directing FDOT to focus on the acquisition of the CRX line, I intended to suggest that we insert the words active transport in addition to mass transit for the purpose of I'm sorry, I don't have it in front of me, but I think the line reads, for the purpose of developing mass transit in our community, and I wanted to add developing mass transit and active transport if possible.
So you want to add the words and active transport to that?
Correct.
Portion.
Yes.
Okay. Good.
Thank you.
With those corrections and additions, do I hear a motion to approve the minutes? Is there a motion? This is for the May 20th meeting and the May 27th workshop.
So moved.
Second.
Yep.
Who made the motion? Hoyt?
Rick. So moved.
Rick Richmond. And who made the second? Hoyt made the second. All right. Any other questions or comments on the minutes as amended? All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Thank you. The minutes are approved. Okay. We now move into our action items, of which there are two. The first one is the consideration of the Transportation Improvement Program for the upcoming 5-year program. Sarah McKinley, are you going to do the presentation for us?
Yes, good morning. Sarah McKinley here. This morning I'm going to go over the update for the Transportation Improvement Program. As we do every year, this is sort of a 2-in-1 presentation and action. We're looking at updating the Transportation Improvement Program work program for fiscal years 21 through 25, as well as the second portion of the presentation will deal with the priorities for fiscal year 26. So next slide. As far as what the TIP is and how it's organized, The TIP is the 5-year work program. It is the first 5 years of the newly updated long-range transportation plan. Each year when we get the new work program in, what we do through this presentation as well as through the document update is highlight the major changes over the past year. This is also a financial plan, which shows, and as we're required to show, the cost for each of the projects by each year and all phases. And this is sort of the checks and balances of the use of federal funds. And then we show our locally funded projects for information purposes as well. Next slide. As far as the MPO's role, the first portion, or I guess this largely relates to how we develop our priorities, which is the second portion of this presentation. Each year we update our priority list, and when that gets sent over to work program, there's about 15 million a year in discretionary funds that we can sort of create our wish list for priority projects. The two main funding sources for this program is the transportation alternatives, which is sort of are all the non-motorized projects, all of our walk, bike safety, those sorts of things. And then we have our surface transportation program. This is more of our discretionary types of funds. These both are federal programs. There's also two additional state programs that we prioritize on the regional level. The first one is the Transportation Regional Incentives Program. This looks at roadways that are deemed regionally significant and can use those funds. And then we have our Sun Trail program, which is a somewhat recent program that looks at funding our trail program throughout the state over a 10-year period. And this year, we have our first bit of Sun Trail money that has been awarded. As far as the MPO board goes, the MPO board can remove federally funded projects from the list, but once those monies are removed, they sort of go back into the region pot. They cannot be directed or redirected as far as how to be spent. Next slide. So as far as where we're at, we last updated both the TIP and the priorities last June. In December, we received the tentative work program, which was presented to this committee and other committees that showed what was expected to be the highlights that we're going to cover today. In April, we received the snapshot. That snapshot is what we used to develop the TIP document that was attached to your item. We have set the June 30th public hearing, and then there we will be updating the work program as well as the priority list. And then all of this sort of gets wrapped up and submitted to all of our federal contacts and state contacts by July 15th. Next slide. So as far as this is an overview of the funding for the work program for this update. We have just under 1.2 billion in federal funds, just over 2 billion in state funds, and then the local match accounts for about 360 million, and then about 54 million in toll bonds for a total of just over 3.6 billion this year. Separately, the local capital improvement programs that we also include for additional information equates to about 2.1 billion for this year. Next slide. These next couple of slides just sort of show the breakdown. This is pretty much all the same as what we went over a couple weeks ago for the FDOT work program. Again, just over 3.6 billion in funding, about 56% towards road widening. This includes largely the West Shore Interchange, which was a $1.4 billion project, as well as other projects. Bridge maintenance is about 14%, our transit and transportation demand management about 5%, our intersections and signal technology projects about 10%, walk bike is about 1%, our planning is about 2%, and then airports, ports, and freight rail is about. Next slide. So this just shows that same chart broken down as the percentages. And this just shows the trends over the last few years and sort of what the fluctuation and changes have been. Next slide. All right, this shows just a breakdown as far as the local capital improvement program. These do include the port, airport, and as well. So that's a large portion of that funding. And there is some overlap between that and possible projects in the work program. And then the rest of it is sort of a breakdown of each of the jurisdictions. We have about 3% in road widening, 10% in maintenance. This is largely including resurfacings as well as bridge maintenance. Our transit is about 2%, intersection technology projects 4%, and then walk bike is about 1% as well. Next slide. So as far as those federal funding sources that I mentioned a little while ago, this sort of shows a breakdown of those funds and what is included in this year's work program, as well as highlighting some of the new projects in this year's work program. We have the Vision Zero corridor studies that are being studied currently. We got some monies advanced from the county to go ahead and start with those, as well as the Columbus and Platte bridge replacement studies. We continue to work on the Heights mobility and moving forward the projects along Highland, as well as we always prioritize the HART bus replacements. We have the integrated corridor management program. This sort of looks at including technology on parallel corridors to the interstate program. And then again, our walk bike safety improvements. This includes a roundabout at Doyle Carlton. We have the Central Ave and Ola Ave bikeways. We were able to finally, finalize the last two segments of the Green Spine, as well as moving Flora Nebraska back up, and then moving Kennedy, Florida ahead, as well as the Stewart segment of the West River Greenway. Next slide. All right, so now we're going to get into our highlights for the major projects. Next. So just a little overview of how this is all set up. This is all based on our It's Time 2045 Long Range Transportation Plan. And within that plan, we had our performance programs, Good Repair and Resiliency, Vision Zero, Smart Cities, Real Choices When Not Driving, and then major capacity projects. And that's sort of how we break down each of the projects and the highlights. And then you'll see that's also how we use these programs to prioritize our projects for funding or for priorities. Next slide. We also include, based on new federal requirements, our safety performance targets as well. Next slide. So as far as good repair and resilience, we have a few new resurfacings that were included. We continue with our HART bus replacements as well as our HART bus stop capital repairs. So this counts for about $4 million every year added for bus replacements, as well as $1 million every year for bus stop capital repairs. And then we have some bridge repairs that are also included. Next slide. As far as Division 0 goes, we have a lot of design studies that were added this year, including our existing priority for Fowler Avenue from I-275 to I-75. This is looking at safety enhancements along the corridor. We have some ones that were added as FDOT priorities, looking at 21st Ave, 22nd Street, 109th Ave, and then Tampa Palms Boulevard. We have a new priority that we received from the city of Tampa. The design was funded, and then you'll see that appears in our priority list later too. This is along Interbay. The FDOT continues with their lighting program, so we have that ongoing at various locations. We also have the project development and environmental for the 30th Street or 40th Street, sorry. This is looking at what was originally listed as roundabouts, but this will start the next phase and include some additional public outreach and a public hearing along with that. And then we also have the 50th, 56th Street corridor. This is looking at some Vision 0 improvements along that corridor. Next slide. All right. As far as smart cities goes, we have some new signalized crosswalks that are planned along Florida Ave. This is at Idlewild and Knollwood. We also have an additional interchange improvement at I-4 to the Polk County line. And then an intelligent transportation system, or ITS, improvement at Gandy Bridge in Dale Mabry. This is sort of technology added to help with the new traffic patterns coming along with the new Selman. Next slide. As far as our real choices when not driving, like I mentioned, we have phases 2A and 3C. This is the farthest west and farthest east. Last bits of the Green Spine cycle track funded for construction in FY22. And then the final piece of the West River Greenway. This is the Stewart Middle School connector for construction in 24. And then this final project, the Suncoast Greenway, this is the pedestrian overpass that I mentioned got some SunTrail funding. This is for design of that overpass. Next slide. As far as our major investments, we continue to work with DOT and the county on advancing major projects. We are working on the Gibsonton interchange to try to get that advanced for the ultimate build out. We were able to get the design funded in FY25. We're hoping, as we continue to work with our partners at Hillsborough County and FDOT, that we can advance this even further and hopefully eventually get the construction funding advanced as well. Next slide. As far as our TV Next status update, the Howard Franklin Bridge is fully funded and was moved to table 1. That's sort of where our projects, once they're funded for construction, get moved to. Same thing with the West Shore Interchange, again, 1.4 billion for design build in fiscal year 24. We have the I-275 from Lois Ave to Willow. This is the express lanes that would sort of be the receiving lanes from the West Shore interchange that would tie in just before the Hillsborough River. This is 442 million for design build between fiscal year 24 and 25. As far as the downtown interchange goes, this is partially funded for operational improvements. It's 48 million for construction in fiscal year 21. This is supposed to be, or not supposed to be, this is the receiving lane between the westbound to northbound movement from I-4 to 275. Once you get around that curve, this will help allow alleviate the merging with that motion. The I-275 from north of MLK to Hillsborough has 46 million for design within the work program. Next year, or next slide. This map is just for reference as far as the segments for the TV Next. Next slide. All right. So this is where I get into the second part of the presentation, and we talk about the priority list. This is sort of the prioritizing projects for what would be our next transportation improvement program update next year. Next slide. So like I said, this is also tied into our long-range transportation plan update. For each of these programs, we look at different criteria, and based on the type of project, we put it within a program and then rank it. The first program, again, is Good Repair and Resiliency. This looks at our current state of transit, as well as bridges, resurfacing, and then any resiliency projects. Our Vision Zero, we look at our total crashes and our severe crashes, and then crashes per mile. Our Smart Cities, we look at our planning time index, as well as the travel time reliability. As far as real choices go, this looks at our population and job densities, and sort of the access to housing and jobs. And then our major investments looks at the forecasted traffic congestion, as well as any estimated delay reduction. Next slide. All right, so this is sort of just an update of how we update the priorities. We again last updated them at the June public hearing on June 11th. At the beginning of every year, MPO staff meets with each of the jurisdictions and partner agencies. We did that a little bit earlier this year. And then in March, we requested that any priority letters for new projects be submitted by March 15th. DOT requested that any of those new projects that request or require applications be submitted by March 31st. And then here we are reviewing those proposed priority changes. And then these, again, will go in front of the board at that June 30th public hearing. Next slide. All right, so I'm going to go through the new priorities that we've received this year. The first one that we received is the T-Barta Vanpool. This is looking at, the request was for $800,000 for fiscal year 26. We're recommending instead $200,000 annually moving forward from fiscal year 26 on. This was a previous priority that was in the TIP that had ran out a year back, and that TBART has come back and requested. Last time we did have some questions about whether or not they've asked the other MPOs. I did reach out to Pinella's MPO. They're on a different priority cycle as we are, but they do anticipate getting a request from TBARTA. From the city of Tampa, we have the Inner Bay improvement, safety enhancements from West Shore to Bay Shore. This is about 4.5 million that was requested. We also have a similar project, Twigs from Ashley to Nebraska. Again, city of Tampa requested just over 3 million. FDOT included a safety improvement request for project development and environmental, looking at State Road 574, MLK from US 301 to Turkey Creek Road. Next slide. We have 2 traffic signals that was requested by the city of Tampa. First one's at State Road 60 and 26th Street by the IKEA, and then Spruce at Manhattan Avenue. We then have FDOT requested a PD&E, again, project development and environmental, to look at intersection improvements and safety upgrades from around State Road 60 from East Dover to Polk County line. Hart requested 3.5 million for a CSX study to look at sort of the feasibility and moving into negotiations with CSX. We have the Fowler Avenue underpass PD&E that was requested by Temple Terrace. Hart also had a couple additional requests looking at the electric bus and electric bus infrastructure for 25 million, and then the automated vehicle facility and infrastructure. This is a $5 million request. Next slide. As far as our regional priorities, I've included the transportation management area leadership group recommendations. This includes our group or our elected officials jointly with Pasco and Pinellas County. As far as our unfunded priorities, we have again the I-75 at Gibsonton, the I-275 operational improvements north of downtown, and then 2 regional projects, the I-75 interchange at Overpass Road, and then the Central Avenue VRT in Pinellas County. And actually that was just recently funded, so I will update that slide. Next slide. All right, that is it. So if you have any questions, please let me know.
All right, thank you, Sarah. I think Cliff Reese had a question midway through the presentation. We'll lead off with him. Cliff? Cliff, we can't hear you.
That should be better. One more click.
There you go.
Okay, as I was saying, Sarah, thank you. It's 243 pages, quite a document. I guess it represents a year's worth of work. And I recognize there's a limit to what we can do in an hour reviewing, something of this size. I am happy to hear that the item number 30, the Gibsonton I-75 interchange, is on the priority list and the TMA leadership group is looking to advance it. I've actually reached out to the neighborhood in my area and gotten a lot of comments about how bad that intersection is. And yes, it definitely needs to be prioritized as your group is working on. Mr. Chair, I'm not sure how we, what the protocol is for putting a motion in to, recommend supporting the, efforts to advance this. Do we do it now or do it at the end of comments?
Well, let's do it at the end of comments, but I'll certainly come back and recognize you.
Okay.
Okay. Rick Richmond, you have a comment, a question?
Yes, question. Sarah, you had mentioned the TMA priorities and then also some heart requests in Temple Terrace. Have you received Hillsborough County's list of priorities? I think that I'll just end that with that.
No, we have not. Based on requests from our board, we sent letters to each of the jurisdictions suggesting that each of the elected or governing boards review their priority list. That was sort of a request to initiate the BOCC to review the priority list every year. And they were not able to do so this year. So, no.
Okay. Are there any others like City of Tampa?
City of Tampa, we received requests from, and then T-Barda and Hart, we received requests from. We got some later requests from Temple Terrace, and then Plant City, they came in late, but were the same that we've received in the past. And then we received the port priorities as well, but this had not changed from previous years.
Okay. Thank you so much. That's all I have for right now, Bill. Thank you.
Thank you. Rick Fernandez.
Thank you, Chair. In the interest of what I hope is considered courteous to our colleagues, I have several questions, and at last count, 6 independent motions to make relative to this tip document. And so warning number 1 is I've got a lot to say and a lot of motions to make. I'm perfectly happy to wait at the back of the queue and let other people have their time as long as you'll come back to me, and then everybody can sit back and sip their coffee while I'm doing my thing. The other thing is my questions are directed at the actual tip document, not the cliff notes that we just reviewed. I have specific areas that I have concerned about. So if Sarah does not have that document readily accessible to her, I hope someone will provide it to her and to the members of the committee. If you don't have it up, it might be more helpful to you if you find the link to it that Rich sent us. So you'll be able to follow along as I'm asking questions if you care to. But nobody has referenced that tip document yet, and that's exactly where I'm going. So with that said, I'll mute myself again and wait in line at the back. All right, thank you.
Thank you. We'll certainly, thanks, Rick. I'll keep you in the queue and we'll come back to you. Christine, did you have a comment?
I do, and I may propose a motion. I'm not sure. Feel like I'm still learning this process, but nowhere near what Rick has in queue for us. But 3 items. On item number 28. It's the bypass canal, and I noticed that I think I read that we don't have the actual funding to build this trail yet, and I just want to encourage the CAC members to keep an eye on that, and for the MPO to look for any and all opportunities as funds shift around, project readiness comes and goes. The bypass canal has the potential to really be transformative in terms of a protected space that does not coexist with cars and will connect really our urban core in Tampa and Ybor City and USF in a manner that is largely car-free. So it's really an important and transformative project in the queue. Mr. Chairman, do I need to make a motion that we just keep an eye out for accelerating that, or is it just it's all right to have it in the minutes?
I think it's okay to have it in the minutes, but I'd like to ask you what your understanding of the status of the bypass canal trail is at this point. And maybe you're not sure.
Maybe,
Maybe
yeah.
that's a
Well,
question for Ms. McKenna.
I can answer that.
Thank you.
thank you.
The county has recently kicked off the PD&E, so they're in the very early stages of that. Because of the delay of that project or that PD&E, the design funds that continue to be allocated to it, because that's the next phase, are moving forward, but more and more keep getting allocated. And if and when the PD&E is finalized and approved, that's when sort of the construction funds would start getting allocated. So at that time, the design can move into either design build or the construction would be added on. But we really just need to get through that project development and environmental study, because that'll break out the phases to help be able to fund those construction phases.
Okay.
Thank you, Sarah. Okay, that's a great segue to my next remark, which is on item number 3, and this is the TBARDA assistance for van pooling at multi-year expense coming to $800,000. Thank you, Sarah, for checking with Pinellas County on whether or not they also are being requested to contribute. I take it that Pasco, did you check with Pasco?
They prioritize their funds separately or in a different manner.
Okay. So no, Pasco is not being asked for TBARDA van pool support.
I've not, again, they do their request at a much later time, so I can't say definitively that they won't be asked. They do theirs more in like the late September timeframe.
Okay, thank you.
Christine,
yeah.
if I can interrupt just a moment, I'd like to ask Sarah to go ask TBARDA what their overall request from each county is it currently or is expected to be, and get that information back to us at our next meeting, because this is a somewhat cloudy issue, but important. The van pooling is important. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That's a great request of Sarah and the MPO, which is also a good segue to the point I want to make, and perhaps this is well suited as a motion. For those of you on the CAC who are not aware, TBARDA in its prior iteration as a transportation group and not a transit group had a planner on staff that spent about 50% of his time coordinating the regional players for trail development and connectivity. And when TBARDA was kind of reborn, they ceased having a regional leadership role for trail connectivity and development. And this is a void in our region to not have someone who is kind of gathering everybody, making sure all the trail connectivity, whether it's urban or rural or what have you, all the myriad of pieces that represent opportunities for connectivity, active transport connectivity to transit and community assets and workplaces. It's a void right now. And so rather than devoting funds that are earmarked specifically for van pool, I would hope that we could incorporate language with our TBARDA agreements that they again pick up the regional leadership role for trail planning. They don't actually plan or build trails, but they coordinate what everybody's doing in the region so that we get the biggest bang for our buck on what is built.
Can I respond to that? Our staff, Wade Reynolds on our staff actually took over that role as the chair of that committee. They still do regularly meet. They actually, a couple months back, met with the elected officials of the chairs, the MPO Chairs Coordinating Committee, also known as the CCC. Since then, in the last month or so, Tina Russo, who is now joined PASCO MPO, has taken over the role as the chair for that committee. So that function of that committee is still going on without the support of TBARDA.
Thank you, Sarah. I'm aware of that, and some of the people that you mentioned are amazingly talented, and it's appropriate that they are taking turns kind of as leaders, but it's extremely helpful to have someone who, or an organization that is intended and designed as a organizing enterprise, and so that's why I suggest that we perhaps in years forward, I'd like to make a motion that the TBARDA van pool agreement include the support of active transport for connectivity to van pool and connectivity to all transit projects that TBARDA has in its purview.
Okay, I'll accept that motion. Is there a second to Christine's motion? Do we have a second?
Chairman, this is Rick Richmond. Let me put my webcam. All right. I'm inclined to second. I don't know if staff, if this conflicts with the statute under which TBARDA is allowed to operate. I just want to be sure that that doesn't conflict and there's a reason that they're unable to facilitate this. So I don't know if Rich or Beth have any weigh in.
Sure, this is Beth. Is it all right if I respond?
Please.
So, I mean, you're right. TBARDA's statute was changed to focus on transit. That being said, they also are responsible for a regional travel demand management program, in which capacity they promote things like walking and bicycling, riding the bus, carpooling, vanpooling, so on and so forth. So I don't think it would be unreasonable for us to modify our prioritized funding to include support for TDM. I think that would be consistent with TBARDA's role. But I did also just want to clarify for the committee. I know that the regional planning process has changed and evolved a lot over the last few years. And so, just a quick refresher. At this point, the MPO Chairs Coordinating Committee is in a leadership role for multimodal transportation planning in West Central Florida, and will meet at least twice a year and hold public hearings on shared regional priorities, including for multi-use trails. We do have a meeting scheduled in July, on July 10th, at the Hillsborough Community College Plant City campus on that topic.
Thank you, Beth.
And I would just add, I think taking Beth's comments into consideration, there's certainly no harm in us making this motion and this suggestion to our MPO as a recommendation to TBARDA to the extent that they can fulfill it. So is there any other discussion on the motion? Hearing none. All those, I'm sorry.
This is Rich. So I heard Christine's motion. Did I hear a second?
Yes, I think Rick Richmond second.
Yeah, yes, I will. This is Rick Richmond. I will second it.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Any opposed? Okay, the motion passes. Thank you very much, Christine. And what's next?
Thank you. The only other thing I have on my list is, and I'm remiss if I don't say that I really appreciate and respect all the TBARDA members, especially Cindy Raskin. She's been a great ally with me in the TDM arena. So I just want to put that on record. The final thing I have, Mr. Chairman, is about the Doyle Carlton roundabout. This is such an exciting project that I am delighted to see move forward. I want to see if there's any way we could do temporary, or ask the city to do temporary closure of the, when traveling on Laurel and coming across the Madam Fortune Bridge eastbound into the urban core, the intersection that is presently Carlton B, the location of this roundabout is very, it's not safe for bicyclists. It's just really needs some improvements. And I would like to ask if there's any potential for just a temporary, inexpensive safety improvement of closing the right turn, the sweeping right turn lanes that are there, either with the Jersey barrier concrete material, or more aesthetically pleasing would be some large potted plants. Motorists then would be already trained for using that intersection in a slower, more moderate speed. That's my question.
Okay, I think that's a question for staff. Rich, would you like to respond?
Sure, as soon as I unmute myself. We can convey that request to the city if the committee so moves, and we pass that on to the MPO as a motion. I don't honestly know what their response is going to be, but I guess if you don't ask, you don't get.
Okay, good point, Christine. Thanks for bringing it to our attention. Would you like to make a motion requesting the city take that action?
Yes, I'd like to make a motion that the CAC request the city of Tampa make temporary and I believe inexpensive safety improvements to the intersection of Doyle Carlton and Laurel in the city of Tampa by closing the I don't know how to call them, but they're basically, the sweeping right turn lanes that where motorists don't have to stop before turning.
Okay, I think that's satisfactory. Is there a second to Christine's motion?
Second it. I'll second it.
Who's that?
Lou Prida.
Lou, thank you. We have a motion.
I travel that way all the time. I see the issues.
Yeah, I understand. I do as well. We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Any discussion on the motion? Hearing none, all in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Hearing no opposition, the motion passes. Thank you, Christine. Anything else? Christine is gone.
Nothing
Ed,
else. Nothing else, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Christine. Ed Majorki.
Yeah, I just would like to advocate for Hart's CSX study to be higher than number 48 on the list. I think there's potential for that to be a pretty major game changer in terms of movement throughout the county, and it just seems like for $3.5 million, there's dozens of highway minor projects ahead of that are not going to have the kind of impact that getting CSX on track with.
Okay. I'll make a note of that and report it as your recommendation to the MPO.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. Camillo.
Sarah, could you, just the way the two tables, table 1 and table 2 are set up, could you go through which segments of table 1 are Tampa Bay Next And then I think I've been able to figure out that for table 2, there's a segment of Tampa Bay Next that's detailed in what looks like items potentially 31, 32, and I believe 33. But with table 1, I'm having a little bit more difficulty kind of connecting which line items are Tampa Bay Next and currently funded.
Okay, Ms. McKinley, can you respond to that?
The only items of TBX or Tampa Bay Next that are completely funded for construction, which again is what is in table 1, is the Howard Franklin Bridge and the West Shore Interchange. As far as table 2 goes, I'm scrolling that way. And those projects are uh 31, 32, and 33, like you said. Yes.
Okay. So I am reading that correctly. Those are not funded, but they're prioritized in that order on table 2.
Correct.
Okay. All right. And then I have another, I guess, request from the chair. For me, is there any way we can get to, but I'd also like to see line item 47, modern streetcars, and line item also, I guess, prioritized, I think, a little bit higher than what they are. Do I need to make a motion for that?
I'm sorry, I had a little difficulty hearing part of your comments. Which 2 items did you want to prioritize, 47 and what?
Line item 12, the Heights Mobility Plan.
Okay.
And line item 47, which is the streetcar.
Okay.
That's not the streetcar project. That was a new priority that Hart put on there to just get the new modern cars, which is already part of the city's modern streetcar extension as well.
Okay, so can you clarify how that's different from the city's modern streetcar? How that line item, I guess, yeah. How is
It's included in both of those. The Hart separated it out without the extension, and then it's also included within the extension and 35 as well.
Oh, I see.
So they sort of added it as a separate on their list.
All right, so then I think then would I need to move to make then 35, 47, and 12 higher on the list?
Okay. You want to make that in the form of a motion to prioritize those as higher on the list?
I move to, I guess, make 5 and 47 in table 2. I'd like to put them in the top 10 in terms of priority. I think those 3 are game-changing, potentially projects that I think should be reprioritized. Much opportunity to get more vehicles off the road.
I would like to second that motion and include the CSX funding as well.
Is that Dana?
It's Nikki Rice.
Nikki, I'm sorry. Okay.
Thanks, Nikki.
So, Nikki, what is the line item for the CSX that you'd like to include? I'll ask Mr. Soto if he will accept that.
Can you pull it up? I actually cannot read. it
It's
on here.
48.
It's like, yeah, I can't see it without my glass. I sat on my glasses. It's embarrassing, but it's true.
What's the number again?
It's like in the
48.
40s, yeah.
48.
Okay, it's 48. So, Mr. Soto, will you accept that as an addition?
I accept that. My concern is I think the CSX is a little further out. It's kind of in evaluation mode, and I think they're a little further along in terms of the streetcar and the Tampa Heights mobility. Could staff clarify that?
The Tampa streetcar, that is already in the federal process. So that would move ahead further or move ahead before. But the CSX is more of a study, not an actual implementation at this point. So it'd look more into any contracts for use, right of way, those kinds of things to get into the federal process.
Then I will second his motion as is, and we can readdress the CSX priority.
Okay, that's fine. I think that's a little cleaner at the moment. So we have a motion and a second to prioritize or to request that the line items 12, 35, and 47 in table 2 be moved up in priority to the extent they can. Fair enough?
Fair enough.
Any questions on the motion or discussion? Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposition, please say no. Hearing none, Mr. Soto, your motion passes. Thank you. Anything else? Okay. Cliff Reese.
Hi, as we talked earlier, I'm pleased to see that the TMA leadership group is looking to advance the I-75 Gibsonton interchange upgrade. And as I said before, the neighborhood has weighed in to my soliciting input, and everybody agrees it's definitely needed, particularly given the additional residential and commercial building that's going on in the area. My motion I'd like to propose is the CAC supports efforts to advance the timetable to rebuild the overwhelmed I-75 Gibsonton interchange, and as an interim measure suggests evaluating adding a traffic signal to control vehicles entering, exiting northbound I-75 that today must cross busy Gibsonton Drive.
Okay. We have a motion. Is there a second to Mr. Reese's motion?
I'll second. Amy
Who is
Espinosa,
that?
I'll second.
Okay, Amy has seconded. We have a motion and a second to support the I-75 Gibsonton Road project and to at least investigate or suggest the addition of a traffic signal at that intersection. Is that correct, Mr. Reese?
Yes.
Any discussion on the motion? Mr. Fernandez.
Thank you, Chair. Cliff, thank you for the motion. I want to just note for the record, and I've said this before about certain areas within our jurisdiction, I have very limited visual in my mind about some of these areas. This is one. So I appreciate your input because unlike things that happen in the urban core where I live it, I don't live that area. I'm not real clear on exactly what you just asked for because I can't visualize it, but I certainly defer to your expertise on it. And I would also appreciate if anyone else knows the area well, perhaps you could comment too, but I fully intend to support the motion out of consideration for your superior knowledge. And again, I appreciate it.
Okay, if I may, just for 10 seconds to clarify.
Please.
Traffic on eastbound Gibsonton that needs to merge onto I-75 North has to has a left turn lane that has no signalization and it has to wait for traffic to clear before they can make that left turn to get onto northbound 75. And similarly, traffic exiting northbound 75 onto Gibsonton, there's a eastbound merge, which is fine, but to go onto westbound Gibsonton, you have to stop and cross 2 lanes of bumper-to-bumper traffic to make that left turn. So a signal there, at least before they can rebuild the interchange as a merging diamond, I think it's called, is what's planned, would alleviate, some major problems with cars trying to make their way through 2 miles of backed up traffic.
Thank you, Cliff. Let me ask Ms. McKinley if she would happen to have a graphic of that intersection that she could put up on the screen while we're taking comments. Mr. Prindle.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was just going to suggest to Rick, take a look at Google Maps, and you can use that to visualize the interchange and just drop the little man on the spot, and you can do a 360 view of what the interchange looks like. And basically, it looks like a rural freeway interchange with Gibsonton Drive being 4 lanes, but you have a lot of commuter traffic going westbound on Gibsonton that just trying to merge onto northbound I-75. That it's a long, especially in the morning, is a very, very long queue line. And so you have pretty heavy traffic while people coming, as Cliff said, east trying to make a left turn. It's difficult to make a left turn because of the traffic going through and then the traffic queued to get onto northbound I-75. So I actually think Google Maps, well, I guess it doesn't matter, but one of the two, Google Maps or Google Earth, should be able to give good perspective on it. Thank you.
Good. I think we have a Google Earth image coming up. For those not familiar with it, that may be helpful. Mr. Fernandez, go ahead.
Just, the caveat on all this, I really don't need to be convinced. Cliff had me at hello on this. I just wanted a little bit more of a visual. So, I appreciate the Google Maps suggestion, but there really isn't enough time in life to do that with every one of these line items. I just, the verbal was fine for me. Thanks.
Good. And I'm pleased to see that we actually have the visual up. So Nikki Rice, you're recognized.
Hi, if I could address, Chair, if I could address Cliff directly, possible?
Sure, you have a comment or a question, go ahead.
I do. Okay, so Cliff, I've driven through this and I do understand it is not great because I have to drive through that area quite frequently. Do you feel like the proposal that they have in regards to the, as they call it, the diverging, do you feel like that is a solution that's going to end up creating more traffic havoc long term? Do you feel like this is the best solution? Is this what people in the area actually want? Or do you feel like just because it's the only solution, it's time to take it? And I'll defer to you on that.
Cliff?
Was that addressed to me?
It was, yes.
Good.
Do you want me to repeat it?
Sorry, as I understand it, design is still required before they go any further. So the fact that they proposed a diamond may or may not be the best solution. I leave it to the experts to decide how to deal with the issue. All I can say is the 2-mile backups in the morning, and the outdated rural interchange design definitely needs prioritization.
Right.
Let the MPO build the best solution.
Okay, because when I look at this area, I see the possibility of this becoming, with the wrong design, just a cluster of multiple ongoing lanes because of the amount of land sitting there that I'm assuming belongs to, I'm not quite sure, and I'm sure that Sarah or Beth or somebody can clarify with the jurisdiction on this, like, is
well,
this
just point out, this map is very outdated. There's been a lot of commercial construction on the southwest corner On the northwest corner, there's new construction on the northeast corner, so it doesn't give justice to the density that's in place today and continuing to expand.
Okay.
Thank you, Nikki. Any other comments on the motion? We have a motion and a second to support the I-75 Gibsonton Road construction in the tip and to suggest the addition of a traffic signal as an interim step. All those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
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 Do we have anyone opposed? Please say nay. Hearing none, the motion passes. Thank you very much. Thank you. Mr. Fernandez, you've been very patient. We'll come back to you at this point.
Thank you, Chair. And thanks to everyone. I appreciate you letting me be at the end. Thank you. Sarah, I have a few questions, and I guess, Chair, this is as much as anything else, kind of a preview of what's coming, at least from me. I have a few questions for Sarah, the responses to which will inform which of the motions I have in front of me I will or will not make. I will ask my questions before making any motions. We'll seek guidance from the chair as to when the appropriate time to make the motions might be. Sarah, good morning. You there?
Yes, sorry, I'm here.
How you doing? Good to see you again. Good. Wish we could meet under different circumstances every year, but in any event, here we are. Okay, first of all, you may have been online at the very beginning when I made a comment about a traffic count, assuming telecommuting changes secondary to the pandemic. Are you aware of any such revised traffic count having been taken to date, an analysis based on possible commuting patterns being changed because of what we've been going through the last couple of months?
I have heard of some counts being taken and some discussion. As far as any analysis, I think it's too early to have any final conclusions from that. And I haven't heard of anything set to come out of that yet. I haven't even seen the counts that have really come out of anything yet either.
Okay, cool. All right, thank you. All right, let me move on. The first question related to the TIP document relates to your figure 1, local agency capital improvements by work type. In the PDF document, it's page 20 of 249. The pagination on the actual page is page 9. Yeah, I think you're there. All right. This relates to a comment that I made in a discussion we had at the last meeting during the prelim workshop about the section down there of the pie chart that's about ports, airports, and rail. And I think that's 80%. You may recall there was a discussion about rail being a rather de minimis piece of that 80%, and the suggestion was made that perhaps we could break rail out of the 80% and give it its own special little sliver on the pie chart so it's more representative of what it is we're actually talking about. And as a subset of that, there was also a discussion as to whether we were talking about freight rail or we were talking about commuter, transit-oriented rail. So my question to you is, would it be possible, absent a motion, to make that amendment to be reflective of that conversation by the CAC and give rail its, what I would consider its rightful place on the pie chart with its own percentage designation?
That only includes freight rail. The only passenger rail that we have is the streetcar, and that any of that maintenance is included in the transit piece. So that is only freight rail. We don't have anything currently in our work program that includes passenger rail specifically,
Okay.
other than
Well,
street maintenance.
all right, thank you for that. So then, continuing on, would it be possible to break out freight rail and give it its own sliver in the pie with its percentage breakout?
I believe we could. It's largely railroad crossing, so it probably is a minor fraction of that entire pie chart.
All right, well, that's my point. So if you will, or Rich will, tell me, I mean, obviously I can't compel anything, but if you'll tell me that you will do that before the June 30 meeting, so it accurately reflects the facts to the casual observer, I won't bother making a motion about that later. Otherwise, I'll make the motion and it'll rise or fall on the merits. But that was my concern. I think there were others on the committee that had a concern about that particular nomenclature. So whomever cares to respond, and if nobody wants to, I'll move on to my next question and make the motion later.
Bill, if you're talking, we can't hear you.
I'm sorry. I think, Rich, what you're saying is is it possible for the staff to break that out and display it either in the pie chart or some other form, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Sarah, can you do that?
Yes, I believe we can.
Okay. Well, if
and I think Mr. Fernandez would like to have it prior to the June 30th public hearing, obviously. Thank you. Okay.
That would be right. When I look at the amended TIP document on 2 days prior to the TIP hearing, I would hope that freight rail is broken out separately. Otherwise, well, I'll just make my comments in public comment. But thank you for that. It saves us a motion. All right, let me move on. All right, page 24 of 249. All righty. This is the map 1 FDOT. Yeah, you got it up. Map 1 FDOT work program for fiscal year 20, 21, 24, and 25. And the yellow blotches on the map are communities of concern, if I'm understanding the map correctly. Is that right, Sarah?
Yes, this map has just been updated and will be updated in the document.
Okay, well, depending, go ahead.
Sorry, yes, those are communities of concern. And it sort of identifies how the MPO identifies those communities differently from the typical environmental justice areas that are defined by the federal government. So ours have a little bit more within them. Okay, so you're telling me the map we're looking at is not the final document that the MPO is going to have in front of it on the 30th. Is that what I'm understanding? Am I understanding correctly? This map is getting updated. So we recently received the actual line files from DOT. So it'll be updated in the next day or so. Okay, well, it may be that you all have anticipated my concern. If so, I apologize. But I'll go ahead and ask my questions. Or at least make a statement and allow that. Maybe you can educate me. As I look at this map, the thing that concerns me is its lack of detail. I see, yellow color coding, and I understand that under that color coding are actual people who actually have issues that put them into the category of communities of concern. And I think it would be particularly helpful, certainly to me, if additional detail were on the map, for instance, to identify specific neighborhoods that are reflected by the various areas of coloration.
It could be identified by precincts, perhaps, because we have ways to identify precincts and define actual boundaries of a precinct, as well as possibly a neighborhood like Tampa Heights or East Ybor, something of that sort. Or provide something by way of street boundaries. The idea being we should be able to connect projects on the tip with communities of concern and understand that if someone is speaking of a road widening project, say Interstate 4, a road widening project, and one looks at the map and sees that it's cutting through communities of concern, it'd be nice to know what those communities are by name and why those communities are designated as communities of concern. Which of the 2 or 3 or 4 criteria have they met? So we all know that we're impacting a community that is vulnerable and at what level they are vulnerable. That begins to connect the dots between projects and human beings. And if we don't start doing that, we're always going to be giving priorities to cars over people. And I think this is a great place to start. So I will have motions related to that. I have 2. But do you have any comment on that in terms of what might be possible to give us more detail by name or otherwise, so that these things are something that are more informative? Because this map right now doesn't really give me much to base anything on, frankly. That's it. Go ahead.
We do have our tip tool that we update every year when the tip becomes effective, that we can possibly put that information on. As far as the layer that generates the communities of concern, I am not sure exactly what attributes are in the attribute table that builds this. So I cannot answer further on that layer.
Hey, this is Beth. I can jump in and help with this if you like, or Rich can, either way.
Go ahead, Beth.
This map is a composite of a lot of demographic data that are all documented in the MPO's non-discrimination plan, which is posted up on our website. So what we're doing with this is flagging projects that are going to need some attention when the agencies get to the point of actually developing the project. What kind of attention is needed is going to depend a lot on the community that's there. And so the characteristics of those communities, the different demographic characteristics, are broken down in a lot finer grain of detail in the non-discrimination plan. We're actually planning to update the non-discrimination plan in the coming year, and we'll be holding some outreach and engagement sessions on that plan. We're aiming to do that in the fall, but we'd be happy to come back to the CAC and talk about what's in that plan and opportunities to make it better.
Okay, well, may I ask a follow-up to Beth or Rich or whomever? Chair?
Go ahead. Yes.
Okay. Beth, I appreciate that, and I'm glad to hear that that's happening. It suggests that other people are concerned about this as I am. I'm wondering if well, I know it's possible. The question is, would you be willing as a staff to do it? Would it be possible for individual line items on the tip to be queued to community of concern impact, so that when somebody reviews the tip, they will know line item 32 touches communities of concern A, B, C, and D. And so people will understand they're voting on something that has an impact on people, and it makes it real. While I'm sure it's great that there's a policy somewhere, that policy is not in the document that they're going to be voting on and that they're going to be accountable for. I ask that question because it is a part of a motion that I intend to make to see about having that exact thing done. So would it be possible? Would you be willing to do it?
I would definitely be willing to do it. It's one of those improvements that I'd like to see us make as we improve we have a database of the TIP projects that has their characteristics, that lines up with other kinds of GIS data. These data are currently displayed on the online mapping tools on the Plan Hillsborough website. So, there's the TIP mapping tool. There's also the Health Atlas. As you care to overlay different layers. For example, the public health data that we have can be overlaid with the TIP projects using the TIP mapping tool right now on the website. Now, can we proactively flag these projects in the TIP document that we print out and hand to the board members to review? That can be done. It requires some database programming. We're in the process of hiring a database programmer to make the TIP database more useful. So great suggestion. I think this is doable. It's probably not doable by the end of June, but it's doable.
Okay, fair enough. A point of order. I see Nikki Rice's smiley face there. I don't know if she's asking me to cede time to her to ask a question, which I'd be more than happy to do as long as she doesn't run away with it, because I'm not done yet. So if Nikki would like to ask a question at the chair's discretion, I'd be willing to give her the opportunity now.
Thank you, Rick. Nikki, do you have a comment or a question?
I do. Would you be willing to go back to, if you don't mind, the pie chart that we were just looking at?
A question for Sarah.
Yes. Sarah, if you don't mind.
It's Rich running the show. I'm not running it.
But you're running the computer, so we got her up. Okay.
Okay.
So thank you. Just a question before we go forward with some of the stuff I think that Rick is going to put on the table. Line items 21 through 20, I believe it's 26. Do these fall into, just for my own personal knowledge here, to the 4% on the intersection interchange signals ITS? Is that correct?
This is the local agency pie chart. This is not the FDOT pie chart. That's the other one, and that's where those projects would fall.
Okay, because if we go through this line by line, one of the things I'd like to bring to the table, just more from a philosophical base versus getting into line by line. Such a huge portion of our budget is on widening these roads. And if I were sitting on the MPO as an actual voting member, I would have a very hard time voting yes for the TIP this year, considering circumstances that are changing. I see very limited projects that are not funded, that need to be funded to do better signal priority and to expand the system that we have. And we are really missing huge chunks of that if we were using our signal prioritization correct and we were working on better traffic management, we wouldn't have to be widening so many roads. So I'm very concerned about the irresponsibility in regards to the endless widening here versus controlling traffic patterns. And I see very limited things in the TIP budget that are addressing major concerns. And one of the things that will come up has to do with, we're going to obviously talk about, the next Tampa Bay Next project. But, one of the things here is this request on line item 22, the I-275 at Hillsborough southbound off-ramp improvement interchanges by FDOT request for $550,000 for safety improvements. Well, depending on what the overall plan is, we're investing, that's a lot of money to invest in something where we don't actually have true plans in regards to what we're doing with that portion, unless we're just truly committed to what their project is. So I see a lot of duplicates for funding that really could be reallocated to much more needed safety improvements locally. Do you see the one I'm talking about there? And if we could speak to that, because I'm like, well, if we're going to invest in changing some of these things here, also the underpasses, changing underpass, there's money for underpass changes. why are we even ever talking about a boulevard if you're going to put all this money into rebuilding something that we might change? I see a lot of duplication and waste of public funds here. So I'm going to send it back to Rick, but I just wanted to know if these fell under the table for that small sliver of signal priority. Would that be?
Would not be in any of those slivers because they're not funded, because they're candidate projects for funding.
Right.
So
but
I don't. Slivers only the work program. As far as the request, we are given the request. We include them in the table. We again look at the programs from the LRTP. What type of project is it? Where would it fall within that sort of ranking of that project program, and then move forward from there. And then the board ultimately decides which projects to keep on the list.
Right. So what I'm saying is that even in like what's allocated for a budget, I see such limited amounts for actual signal priority that I think really need to be prioritized. And because it's so complexly like laid out here in different ways from funding to non-funded, I'm not even, to be honest with you, thinking about it over the last week, I'm not even sure how to begin to address that to make it important to the board that some of these projects for widening could be completely taken off the table if we had better signal prioritization. So I don't know if anybody has thoughts on that, if that ties into some of the stuff Rick is going to bring to the table, or if I could get some clarification from MPO staff on that.
Okay, Nikki, thank you. Sarah, do you have any further response? If not, we'll go back to Mr. Fernandez.
Mr. Chair, this is Beth, and I could offer something. And Nikki's exactly right. It can, in many circumstances, be more cost-effective to invest in intersection improvements and in adding lanes to the entire length of a roadway. And in fact, we've been working with the District 7 office on two of the state road segments that you've seen on the priority list. So one of them is US 92. So the reason why it is, I mean, you'll see duplicate references to US 92 on the list. What is higher on the priority list is intersection improvements. And then, going and widening it all the way out to Plant City, that's going to be a much more expensive project. That's much farther down on the priority list. So we're trying to be strategic with the dollars that we have, and District 7 is very actively working with us. They, saw where this was on the priority list. They were trying to be strategic about what could they put forward to try to, alleviate congestion at key bottlenecks, without going to the expense and impact of a huge road widening. And so that, that's why it's structured the way that it is. We're also having a conversation with District 7 about State Route 60 out at the east end of the county. You probably remember that last fall when we were looking at the adoption of the long-range transportation plan, that the portion of 60 that is, way out at the east end of the county in the rural area outside the urban service area, that was not included ultimately as a widening project in the long-range transportation plan by action of the board. And so what we're looking at again is working with District 7 to reframe, okay, well, could there be some strategic investments in specific intersections? And so that starts to show up on the priority list. But these are active conversations that we're having and trying to help our agencies, reframe their approach to dealing with some of the bottlenecks.
Okay, because I would really, Beth, like to see that being much more prioritized right now as far as intersection improvement versus widening and signal priority. And I know how complex it is with the way the budget's laid out. And like I said, I have no idea how to begin to even address this from a CAC member perspective, but it really bothers me when I look at this. I mean, there's a lot of things we're not prioritizing as much, but that to me could save so much money that is needed in taxpayer dollars and be really highly effective. So I don't know if the MPO could make their own personal suggestions on how to prioritize some of these things over widening before this goes before the voting board. Is that a possibility?
So that, I mean, you've hit the nail on the head. That's exactly why these projects in the smart cities list are considerably farther above the more expensive road widening capacity projects that are under the major projects for economic growth. So that is the way this priority list is structured.
All right, thank you. Now on to the big stuff.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Nikki. Thanks for yielding some time. Mr. Fernandez, we'll come back to you, and we're running behind schedule, as you know, so let's move along.
I hope you won't hold that detour against me. I'm trying, believe me, to move along. Okay. It was a good detour, but again. All right. Next, Beth. No, sorry, not Beth, Sarah. Page 34 of 249. This now gets into the major investments for economic growth, and I think moves us into the Tampa Bay Next neighborhood.
Sorry, Rick, what page number?
Yeah, yes, sir. 34 of 249 in the PDF doc.
Okay.
Major investments for economic growth. Line item 31 is the top line. There you go. You're there. It's hard to read on my computer screen for the meeting. I've got it in a separate laptop here to the side, and it's bigger. So hopefully folks are able to follow along. Sarah, I just want to confirm that I've got an alignment of projects this year to last. I don't remember what the line item was last year, but this year, line item 31 is the Tampa Bay Next Section 7, that being 275 north of the downtown interchange. That includes the 2 additional general use lanes, 1 north, 1 south. Is that right? That is the alignment from last year?
Yes.
Okay. So line item 31, you could, if anybody is following along in their hymnal, line item 31 is section 7 of Tampa Bay Next that runs through Tampa Heights, Ybor, and north through Seminole Heights into infinity. Okay. And I would just remind the CAC that last year's CAC moved to strike that line item. I remember that because I just looked at my comment during that meeting, and I believe Chair Roberts also gave a presentation just prior to me. So if precedent means anything, I will be making a motion to strike line item 31, and I will be relying on last year's precedent. Hopefully we will follow. There are substantive reasons beyond that for the discussion at the time. Moving on, let me see, same page, line item 32. Sarah, again, this would be section 6 of Tampa Bay Next, correct? The downtown interchange and the operational, I'm sorry, that's a yes?
Yes.
Okay. And the operational improvements that we've been talking about and that are noted here in the 1, 2, 3, 4th column over from the right, or left rather, those are the operational improvements that we were provided in May of last year, kind of at the last minute as we walked in to review the tip. That's basically the same project, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And I would remind the CAC that this line item, whatever it was numbered last year, the sister of this line item from last year was a line item that as a CAC we voted to strike and made that recommendation on to the MPO board. Caveat, they didn't follow our recommendation, but that aside, for both 31 and 32, we voted to strike. Line item 33, page 35 of 249. I'm sorry, my scroller is slow here. Okay, line item 33, page 35 of 249. This, Sarah, would be section 4 of Tampa Bay Next, the West Shore interchange, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now I am confused. I will not be making a motion to strike this any more than I did last year, but I do have a question. I'm a little confused, and maybe it just needs to be updated. On the funding for this,
This project, this line item shouldn't be in there because it's in table 1 now. So this is already funded.
it's already funded. Okay.
Yeah.
I guess that was my question. Somewhere, and maybe it's in the table 1 item. It's not in the item I'm looking at right now. It says something, I wrote it down in my notes. 223 million funded for right-of-way to fiscal year 24, and funding of 1.5 billion requested.
Yeah.
And I too thought that funding for the whole enchilada had already been approved. So that seemed inconsistent. Maybe I just don't understand where we are. Could you clarify?
Yes, the 1.4 billion has been funded for this. This line item needs to be removed.
Okay, it needs to be removed from, it should no longer be line item 33. It shouldn't be where I'm looking at it. It ought to be in table 1 is what you're telling me, correct?
Correct.
And the funding would show that the entire amount has been requested and approved, not requested. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. Cool beans. All right. Very good. Now, I have some ghost items here. I want to make sure I'm not missing them. First of all, section 5. You made a reference to it earlier in your summary presentation. Section 5 of Tampa Bay Next being that section between the West Shore interchange and downtown. We've had discussions here within the CAC about express toll lanes running that particular route. I cannot find section 5 between West Shore and downtown anywhere in this TIP document. I did find it
there
in the funding items at page 61. Express lanes are mentioned there, I think, but that's not what controls. I'm curious, where in the TIP document is section 5?
It does not have to be in the priority list to be funded. The priority list is just what the MPO suggests for funding for projects.
Are you thinking or are you waiting for a question? I'm sorry.
I'm just scanning the document real quick.
Okay.
All right, so I-275 from Lowe's to the Hillsborough River is funded in the work program section on page 1-25.
1-25, where's that?
The work program section.
Oh, you mean at the back?
No, I mean the work program section. That's the whole heart of the document. That's what we're approving.
I'm going to it now. It's page, you said 1-25? Maybe I have an earlier document.
I saw a reference to it at page 61 of 249 in my notes here.
124. Okay, there it is. No, that's not it.
Is it one up? What's the work program number?
61 of 249 is where I found it in my document.
It's 434052.
This one here, 434045-2.
You have an older version of the document that you pulled up.
Are you talking to me?
No, I'm talking to Rich.
Is this the project?
Yes.
Okay. That's I think that's the section 5 you're talking about. Is that right, Rick?
Well, okay. Let me go to page 61 of the. That's where I found it. At about 2 o'clock in the morning, I was getting a little glazy by then. Let me see. Page. Okay, we've got, yes. Item number 434045-2, and it's specifically designated as section 5. I see it there. That's the only place I see it. I did not see it in the TIP document. My concern is if I have a burr under my saddle about section 5 and I want to make a motion to strike section 5 from the TIP, I'm looking at the TIP document, line item by line item. I'm not looking at this work thing, and I never have in 5 years. So if what I'm being told is that I need to make a motion to strike this from the work, whatever this is called, I'll do that. But I think what we have here, somebody forgot to enter it into the TIP document where it probably ought to be living so that people would see it, number one. And number two, I don't see any reference anywhere in the TIP document to, and by TIP document, I mean those line items that I'm going through right now. I don't see anywhere in the TIP document any reference to the words express or told. It's not there. If you can find it, do a word search, do whatever, it isn't there. So when I went through it, I thought to myself, well, maybe FDOT smartened up and they figured people don't want these things and they just dropped them to avoid the conflict. If that's not the case, they ought to be back in the document where people can see them, and the language ought to be there so people understand what's being proposed, because it isn't there now. And if I were inclined to make a motion to strike section 5 from the TIP, I have no place to hang my hat at the moment other than this work document. All right, I'll shut up on that if anybody's got any comment.
I think there's some confusion. The table 2 that you're looking at is not the end all be all to the TIP document. That is only candidate projects for future funding. The section 1, because we have the section 1 and then the 9 sections for each of the other jurisdictions, which is again in there just for information. But that section 1 is the actual work program, that snapshot that we received from DOT in April, and that is the actual work program that we're approving. So that's the actual TIP document and what's being funded, not table 2. Table 2, those numbered line items are candidate projects. These are what is actually being funded.
Sarah, I understand that, and I don't want to get in an argument. My simple point is, this is the 6th time that I've gone to an annual TIP review. 5 years, a little over 5 years and a month, and I have never once done anything other than focus on the TIP document, be it table 1 or table 2, by your reference, as the item that we're focusing on to have stricken, right? And so I'm not sure what it is you're trying to tell me, but I'm telling you the history of this process for 5 years has been, this is where the battle is fought. It's in line item 33. It's in line item 34. It's in line item 32. It's not in the work, in the whatever this other thing is at page 64. So,
but now these projects are beginning to become funded. So now they're in the work program section, and projects don't have to be in our priority list to end up in the work program section. This is what DOT puts this together as their funding plan. And then we have the transportation improvement program that we put together to sort of be a package for the public to be able to understand what DOT is planning on funding.
okay.
So
I don't want to take any more of the CAC's time. I will make a motion at the appropriate time to strike that portion. It may fail in the CAC. I think a similar motion failed before. But I'm very troubled by the fact that it's not in a more obvious place, and it's basically been hidden in the weeds. There's nothing about express lanes. There's nothing about Section 5 at all. And if you think for a minute that the average person is going to go through 249 pages of this document to try to tease out where Section 5 is, that's not going to happen. I'm a nerd. I did it. But the average person isn't, and they won't. And this requires more transparency than this. So, okay, I'll move on.
Next.
Okay, Section 8. I got a feeling I may be hearing the same thing about this. Section 8 of the old Tampa Bay Next. And the reason I'm focusing on Section 5 and Section 8 is because they both had proposals attached to them regarding express lanes, although FDOT was never clear as to what kind. And I see no reference to the old Section 8 of Tampa Bay Next, or the current Section 8 of Tampa Bay Next, which is that section of I-4 east of downtown, out, I think, to the Selman Connector, maybe even beyond that. That's been in the TIP document before, in the line items that we're talking about, usually around line item 32 or 33. I don't see it there now. So again, where is that? You're going to tell me it's in the work document, I guess, that we've been going back to, and indeed it is. It's at page 63 of 249. My proposition is it needs to be in the TIP document under Table 2. If it is unfunded, which I understand it is, that's where it's supposed to be. That's it. Question. Call it a question if you want.
Sarah, comment? Is Rick right?
Again, a project that ends up in the work program does not have to be on our priority list. And these are projects that DOT is ready to move forward with for funding. And they are being proposed here in this section for funding.
So if okay, so all right, I feel like I'm chasing my tail here. So if I want to move to strike something in today's meeting, I'm going to go to this work program document and I'm going to reference a particular page number and move to strike that. That's what I'm left with. It's not a line item on the Table 2 anymore. That's the position of MPO staff, correct?
Very small fraction of the projects that end up in this work program section ever make it onto Table 2. Table 2 is only what we as an MPO prioritize for funding. There are many other projects that are within this section that, again, never make it onto Table 2. This is FDOT's work program section that they put together. They forward it to us. We maintain this document and it gets approved every year. Like I said, the MPO board has the ability, if a project's not within a certain phase, to remove that project, but then they can't dictate where those funds go towards other programs or other projects. So DOT is now moving forward with phases of this project. It's a limited amount of funds. It's from what I can see, it's probably some in-house staff work to continue looking at moving the design forward of this project. I know they've done similar things with other projects, looking at the funding amount that's there. I don't know if staff's on the line, if they want to chime in on this project, but this is their work program. We received that snapshot in April. We put the document together, and this section is the heart of the document and what is actually being funded.
All right, I give up. Those are my questions. I will have motions. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. We'll come back to Mr. Fernandez. Christine, comment, question?
Yeah, I just want to sort of summarize what I've just witnessed in terms of questions and answers and trying to understand. And I think what Rick Fernandez is conveying, and I would agree, that Table 1 and Table 2 are the most readily and clearly digestible to not only to the CAC, but I would say to any interested member of the public. So if there are elements that are going to be moving forward and they're not on an abbreviated or short list or some sort of consolidated list, it seems like and I know this is not deliberate, but it seems a little disingenuous or kind of sneaky that there's stuff happening that is not forward facing to the public and to the CAC in terms of easy to understand, easy to find, easy to discuss, and easy to ask questions or debate. I think that's what I have observed, and I would just say that it just feels concerning that it's not, while I'm sure it's not the intent of anybody to misrepresent, we have a lack of clarity here. And I think that is something that needs attention.
Thank you, Christine. I think that very correctly summarizes Mr. Fernandez's point. Vicki Rice, do you have a comment?
I do. Like Rick, this will be my 6th tip hearing. Trying to digest the documentation this year in portions was completely undigestible. I have never walked away from a document and just been like, I don't know what to say anymore. This does feel deliberate as a citizen. I think that the assumption that anybody could possibly, somebody who's actually read a tip multiple times and does not understand the tip this year. And I am very concerned with, after what happened at last year's meeting, where David Glenn stood up and I feel berated the board into the approval of something that was not funded as a priority. Now I'm seeing this project being moved to the very bottom here and spread out in a way that's undigestible, not able to be brought before the board, and to assume that even the board members are going to read through all of this is really not realistic in the time that we're living in. I would suggest that we go ahead with some motions to reassert what we as a board determined last year, because clearly this document isn't going to change by the time we have the meeting. So I do think that motion needs to make reference to how this is being laid out now. And I find this extremely concerning. So okay. I just wanted to share that because I've read the tip every year, and this year I was like, I can't even process what I'm looking at.
And I certainly understand your comments. So, Mr. Fernandez, if you have one or more motions, I think this would be a good time to get those on the floor.
Sorry, I had shut myself up, I'm sure, to everybody's amazement and satisfaction. Now I'm back again. Okay, where to begin? This is in no particular, this is not in what I consider order of priority. It just seems to be temporally the right way to go. So we'll give it a shot. The first motion, that the MPO request of the Department of Transportation or its consultants, as the case may be, a new traffic count projection, assuming a percentage shift from work in the office to telecommuting. I'll repeat, that the MPO request of the Department of Transportation or its consultants a new traffic count projection, assuming a percentage shift from office work to telecommuting. That's the motion, requesting a second.
Rick, I hear your motion. For clarification, are you talking about any specific area or are you talking about the entire county?
No, sir, my general sense is that most, if not all, of the proposals having been made by the Department of Transportation over these several years have been based on traffic counts. They assume that we're going to increase in population and that we're going to increase in numbers of cars using our thoroughfares. We've had a paradigm shift occur in the last just few months that I think needs to also be calculated, at least as importantly as assumptions as to what people who aren't even born yet might or might not do 20 years from now moving to Florida. This is real, and I do believe it deserves a look, because if the numbers work out the way I think they might, we may not be looking at any need to increase roads or sizes of roads or capacity. Not that I think we need anyway, but it needs to be in the mix, and it could easily be overlooked at this point in an effort to speed the judgment.
So my question is clarification is you're looking for a general recount of traffic patterns or traffic counts area-wide, not for any specific area. Okay, Stephen Hollenkamp, you have a comment? Stephen.
Mr. Chair, we need a second before we enter discussion.
Yeah, I'm looking for a second.
I'm seconding.
Okay, Stephen.
Thank you.
Stephen, you have any further comment other than a second?
Nope.
Ed, you're recognized.
Yeah, I think I would just say, like Rick, I believe that this experience of dealing with the coronavirus, I do believe that when this is all said and done, that we're going to see somewhat of a shift to more people working at home. At this point, I think it's really totally speculative to guess what that is. And so I think doing traffic counts right now, I think, are frankly meaningless, because until we return to some sense of normalcy, the traffic counts don't mean anything. I think what we all would like to know is, when we return to some sense of normalcy, is there going to be 5% more telecommuting, 10%? And the reality is nobody knows that. So, asking DOT, I think the only way to deal with that makes sense is, there are speculations that we can all make about what that would be. Is it going to be 5? We could say, if traffic counts, if 5% more people telecommuted, or 10%, but also keep in mind that work trips only represent a fraction of all the traffic that's on the roadway. But I mean, I'm sensitive, and I agree with Rick that I believe there's going to be some long-term impact, but what that's going to be at this point, I think, is pure speculation.
Thank you, Ed. Cliff, you have a comment on the
I agree
motion?
with Ed. We just need to let things settle down before we do the counts. It's a good idea, but we just have to wait an appropriate period of time before we start it.
Thank you. Any other comments on the motion? We have a motion and a second on the floor. I'm sorry, Nikki, you want to be recognized? Go ahead.
I would like to be recognized. Watching the actual market and the trends for even companies like Mosaic, major employers, Raymond James, right now what they are doing is looking at actually downsizing buildings. You're seeing companies who are determining that they can move large percentages of their people permanently into in-home positions that are major players here. So there are massive shifts happening, and to assume that there is not data, there's already been plenty of data right now being collected all over the country in regards to the amount of emissions that have decreased during this COVID situation. So there is data already being collected. There is a capacity to actually see what the traffic flows are currently on the roads, and market trends are showing that companies are absolutely moving their business models. So, and we're seeing a shift as well in the way that people utilize retail with Amazon and online ordering. So I do think this is a priority issue before we, I think right now is the time to at least make a motion to encourage them to start to collect data, because we're already seeing the impacts. And the assumption that anything is going back to normal, to me, is, it quite frankly, is not accurate. It is not going to go back to exactly as it was. And that's just not what's happening in the actual corporate marketplace or with commercial real estate in general.
Okay. Thank you, Nick. Stephen.
Thank you, Chair. I completely agree with Ed that today may not be the perfect day to do a study like this, or tomorrow, or Friday. But we're just asking, we're making a request to do a study that could take a year for FDOT to actually do. And so I don't think we need to wait until it's the perfect time to do the study, because by the time that time comes, if we ask then, the study will be done 6 months or a year after that. So I think now is the right time, even though now may not be the perfect day to start the study.
Thank you, Stephen. Ed, do you have a further comment?
Yeah, well, I would just reiterate that I agree with everything Rick is saying and what Nikki is saying, but we also need to realize that work trips only account for a fraction of the traffic out there. And at this point, it's speculative. I think it would be fine if DOT looked at, okay, what if after this is all done, we see a 5% reduction? And what happens if there's a 10% reduction? And look at what would be the implication of that on these forecasts. I think that's a relevant thing to do, but trying to actually pinpoint through some obscure behavioral speculation, I think isn't going to give us a better answer than just making a couple assumptions and seeing what they produce.
Thank you. Rick Fernandez, comment.
Thank you. And excuse me. I appreciate everyone's comment. Ed, I hear you, and I don't disagree with you. I'm not suggesting in this motion, as I think others have picked up, that this would be done immediately. I simply want to tee it up as an issue. As far as I know, no one has even talked about it yet, at least at the MPO level in front of us. And maybe it happens 6 months from now after things settle down and we see what happens. My concern is that to a degree, we're in a race against time. We may have the West Shore interchange completely built out and through induced demand filled out again before somebody gets around to doing traffic counts having to do with telecommuting. So I would like there to be something like an orderly approach. Do the study, figure out what telecommuting is going to do, and then move forward with whatever we're going to do by way of roadway expansion. And the timing for that can be decided by others, but just put the cart and the horse in the right order before we start spending the money and disrupting communities. So that's it. I'm not trying to be unreasonable to go out and do it today. That's not the point. Just do it at the right time, but do it in the right order.
Lou Frida?
I understand what Rick wants, and I think that's important. Timing is the issue. And where do you leave that judgment? Who provides the judgment for the timing? I don't know. I'm kind of with Ed on this one as well. Maybe, but definitely traffic counts need to continue to go on so you can shift these dollars as if there's truly an impact. I can tell you I'm talking to clients in Jacksonville, and we're not Jacksonville, but there's firm belief there that their buildings are going to go empty, and the real estate business is going to go under be in a stressful situation. And I think that's going to happen here. I do know that some of the smaller businesses are bringing their people back. How long that's going to last, have no idea. But there should be I support Rick from the standpoint that this needs to take place. How often and when, it's beyond my expertise, but it needs to happen.
Thank you, Dave. Okay, we have a motion. Ed, do you have a short additional
Well,
comment?
yeah, sure. I would just say with what Rick said, I'm willing to support it. I mean, I think this is clearly an issue that needs to be addressed. I just think that the time to address it may be 6 months from now or 8 months from now, when hopefully things have returned somewhat to normal and reflect some, eventual increase in telecommuting. So I'm willing to support it. Just, I don't think it's something that needs to be done immediately.
Okay, Rick, real quickly.
Yeah, just real quickly. I would absolutely trust the chair to communicate the sense of the committee in that sense. You're very good at telling folks what it is we think, and I appreciate it. So I'm sure you'll be able to communicate that idea that we're not talking about going out tomorrow and counting cars. But that said, I hope somebody will call the question and we can move on.
Hearing no further discussion, let's take a vote on this one. Rich Clarendon, I think we probably ought to do a roll call vote on it. Members of the committee, we have a motion on the floor to request that the DOT do new traffic counts, assuming telecommuting reducing the amount of traffic in our area. We have a motion and a second. All those in favor, Rick, will you go around? Rich Clarendon, will you go around and do a roll call vote, please?
Okay. Rick Fernandez, I assume yes.
That would be a yes.
Ed Majewski?
Yeah, I would say no but I want to explain the reason I'm saying no is because I don't think the answer is going out and doing traffic counts now. I think the answer is going out and doing traffic counts 6 months or 8 months from now.
That's a no. Christina Costa?
I vote yes. I wonder if, no, never mind. I'm rescinding my question. I vote yes.
Barbara Kennedy Gibson?
I vote yes.
Nikki Rice?
Absolutely yes. As we know, they're not going to jump out and do it tomorrow. So let's get ahead of the game here.
Dana Lazarus?
Yes.
David Bailey? David? Cliff Rice?
He typed in yes.
Okay, so I did see in the chat, David Bailey votes yes. Cliff Rice, I think you said yes. Lou Prida?
I vote yes.
Rick Richmond?
Yes.
Stephen Hollenkamp?
Yes.
Jeff Lucas? Jeff? Blake Prindle?
Aye.
Amy Espinoza?
Yes.
Camilo Soto?
Yes.
Did I miss anyone?
Chairman votes yes.
Okay.
By my count, the motion passes. My count is 14-1. Thank you, Mr. Fernandez and Stephen, for your motion and second. Mr. Fernandez, you have another motion.
Yes, sir, I do. And I'm also very concerned about the time. I mean, these things have to be addressed before the MPO, but we're going to be running over noon. So guidance,
My guidance is I'm going to call a hard stop here shortly afternoon. So if you have additional motions, we know how many, and we'll try to move them along as quickly as possible.
Okay.
Mr. Clarendon has already asked the two DOT presentations be deferred to a future meeting.
I got you. I'm sorry. Very sorry. All right. My next motion was related to the pie chart, figure 120 of 249. I'll withhold that on the assurance given to us by staff that the rail issue will be broken out as freight rail and be given its own little sliver. So I'll save you all the motion time. Let me see. The next motion was related to the program, work program and communities of concern chart, or map. That was map 1. If I'm understanding correctly from Beth's comments and Sarah's comments, there is going to be an effort made to identify communities specifically and also delineate them with reference to the tip items. I'll take them at their word in good faith. If it's not there later, I'll talk about it another day. We'll save some time there. I think everybody heard my concern, so I know Beth did. So thank you for that. Page 34 of 249. Page 34 of 249, that's line item 31, section 7 of the tip. That's that section north of the downtown interchange with the 2 additional lanes, north and south. This is the section that we voted to strike from the tip last year. I make a motion that we strike line item 31.
We have a motion to strike line item 31 of the TIP proposal under major investments for economic growth. Is there a second?
Second that motion.
Nikki Rice, is that you?
Yes.
Okay. We have a motion and a second to strike line item 31. We'll give the members a moment to take a look at it. Mr. Fernandez, is there any further explanation of the motion and its effect? This is to strike that line item that has to do with those 2 lanes north of downtown.
Yes, sir. And frankly, I'm sorry. I'm tired of hearing myself talk about this section. I think this group is familiar with section 7. We've talked about it before. I'll live or die by the merits on the vote.
Okay. Any further discussion? We have a motion. Mr. Preda, did you want to comment or are you just online?
No comment.
Thank you. Okay. Any further discussion? We have a motion and a second to delete or to strike line item 31 as a recommendation to the MPO. We've previously voted on this, but I think Mr. Clarendon, we probably ought to do a roll call vote on this one as well. Would you do that for us?
All right. Ed Majewski?
Yes.
Gina Costa?
Yes.
Barbara Kennedy Gibson?
Yes.
Nicole Rice?
Yes.
Dana Lazarus?
Yes.
David Bailey? I think he must have left the meeting.
I just
Cliff
saw him in the
Rice?
chat. He indicated no.
Oh, there he is. Thank you for that. So David Bailey is a no. Cliff Rice?
No.
Lou Preda?
No.
Rick Richmond?
No.
Stephen Hollenkamp,
Yes.
Jeff Lucas. Jeff? He must have left. Mike Brindle?
Aye.
Wait. Amy Espinosa?
Yes.
Camilo Soto?
Yes.
Rick Fernandez is the maker of the motion, I assume yes.
Oh, yeah, I thought I already said yes. Thank you.
Did I miss anybody? Mr. Chairman, I think the motion passes.
Thank you. Motion passes. My unofficial account is 9-1. Mr. Fernandez, you have additional motions?
Yes, sir, I do. The next one, same page, 34 of 249. This is line item 32. The old, well, not the old, the current section 6 of Tampa Bay Next, downtown interchange. Again, this item, generally speaking, is what was presented to us in May of 2019, just before our tip review. We voted at that time to strike it, reported as such to the MPO. And I would also comment that I find it interesting, the narrative on this does not include the dropping of the lanes into Ybor City at 14th and 15th Street, which we talked about at the last meeting. But there is some discussion about trying to figure that out in communication with the city of Tampa. I have no idea what that even means. But in any event, I'm sorry, to keep it short, I move to strike line item 32 of the tip.
We have a motion to strike line item 32. Is there a second? Is there a second to the motion?
I'll second.
This is Christine Acosta. I second the motion.
Okay, I'll accept Christine's second. Thank you, Stephen. We have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion on striking line item 32 of the tip? Any discussion? Nikki, sorry.
I would just like to quickly remind people that yet again, this sits here with no solution to malfunction junction. And until they can come to us with a proper solution to what we all know has been a nightmare in Tampa, I think it's time to make them go back to the drawing board.
Okay, thank you.
And hope that they come up with a great solution. I'm hoping they come up with a better solution. Yeah.
Christine, you want to comment?
Yes, I'd like to say that since our last meeting and discussion on this subject, I've devoted a considerable amount of time to additional study on the area, and I commend the MPO staff members that have assisted me with learning more. I think there's great potential to do something amazing in this area, but without knowing the details of what that might look like and the additional partnerships that would have to be fostered with the city, perhaps with the HCC Ybor campus and the other stakeholders in the area, I'm not in a position to support moving forward as written.
Thank you. Other comments or discussion on the motion? Mr. Prindle.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Briefly, just to second what Nikki and others have stated, I think the lack of detail continues to me prevent me from supporting this. And I again express the sentiment that you know, where are the grand plans, the Boston Big Dig style plans, or something that's going to move us forward and be a trendsetter here in this community, rather than just blowing up more of the urban core and taking more of the most valuable property in the downtown core and turning them into freeway lanes. So for that reason, I will support Mr. Fernandez's motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Hoyt. Ed.
Yeah, I would just say that that interchange, particularly the southbound to eastbound movement, is a disaster right now. It backs up sometimes for miles And it takes not only the rightmost lane, but the second lane to the right because people are, I just think something does need to be done there.
Thank you. Other comment on the motion? We have a motion and a second on the floor to delete line item 32. Yes, Nikki.
I agree with Ed that backup is terrible, but I want to reiterate that the proposed plans do not fix the actual issues that we're dealing with at that interchange. It only flows more traffic capacity in. So it's just imperative that we have a solid plan if we're going to go ahead with this. And that is the job of FDOT. That is the job of engineers and urban planners to come up with a solid plan before we say go ahead.
Okay. Thank you. Mr. Prindle, do you have additional comment?
Briefly, to add on to Nikki's comment, this is the discussion on ramp meters. Very important for a thing like this because that's something that could be done to alleviate the backups in that area by queuing the flow up 275 without having to do this. So there are other alternative solutions available other than what FDOT is proposing.
Okay, thank you. Any further comment? Any other discussion on the motion? We have a motion and a second to delete line item 32, which deals with the downtown interchange. Mr. Clarendon, let's do a roll call vote on this one as well.
Ed Majewski,
No.
Christine Acosta,
Yes.
Barbara Kennedy Gibson,
No.
Nicole Rice,
Yes.
Dana Lazarus,
Yes.
David Bailey. He votes no in the chat box. Espinosa,
For what it's worth, I see a comment from Amy in the chat box that she said yes on this one.
okay, I see that too.
That was Camilo Soto.
Yeah. Thank you. So I will record Amy as a yes. Cliff Reese. Cliff. Cliff must have left. Lou Prida. Lou. Rick Richmond.
No.
Stephen Hollenkamp.
Yes.
Jeff Lucas.
Thanks, Jeff.
Hoyt Prindle.
Aye.
Hoyt.
Aye.
Got it. Camilo Soto.
I vote yes.
Rick Fernandez, I assume is a yes.
Yes, sir.
All right, Mr. Chairman, you care to cast a vote?
Chairman votes no.
Okay, so I count. Eight yes, and five no. So the motion carries.
Motion passes. Thank you, Mr. Fernandez. Thanks, Rich. Anything further? Nikki, we
Yes, sir.
recognize briefly.
I do have two more motions.
I just wanted to say I counted 9 for yes. You want to?
Okay.
You want to
Motion
double check
passes
it?
regardless.
Okay. Okay. All right. Sorry.
So noted. Mr. Fernandez.
Yes, sir. I'm moving now to page 61 of 249. This is going to what I had originally referred to as the ghost items. Let me see, section 5.
And Rick, did you say you have 2 more motions?
Yes, sir. I'm just trying to find. Oh, here it is. Okay, section 5. It's page 61 of 249. And it is item number 431821 hyphen, well, there's no hyphen, 2. And this is, no, wait a minute.
It's on the screen, I think.
Yeah, I can't read it on the screen, unfortunately. Let me see. Well, the extra description says interstate modification of section 5. I think I'm looking at the right thing. Rich, if I'm off here, let me know. Oh, okay, I'm sorry. It's item 434045.2. I was looking at the wrong thing. Apologize. This is section 5 of the Tampa Bay Next project. It is that area between the West Shore interchange and downtown. We've had discussions about it regarding express toll laning and the like. There's no reference here that I see about express toll lanes. Maybe it's there, but I don't see it. And it's not in the TIP document that we've been talking about. So I'm relegated to this as the item to move. So I'm moving to strike section 5 from the TIP, item number 434045-2.
Okay, we have a motion. Let me ask if there's any clarification needed on the motion, or if the committee follows Mr. Fernandez's motion, and then I'll ask for a second. Is there a second to strike this section related to the TBX, Tampa Bay Next, section 5, which roughly runs from Willow to the West Shore area, Willow to Lewis primarily? Dana? Yeah.
Second.
Dana,
I want a second.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, this is Beth. We do have a representative from DOT District 7 in the audience who would like to say a couple of words about how this project relates to the West Shore interchange, if that's all right.
Sure, I'd be happy to recognize him. Rick, I'll come back to you.
That would be Justin Hall. I don't know if he's unmuted or not.
Okay, he's not on video yet.
Justin, if you're there, I think you can unmute yourself as a panelist.
Okay, thank you. Let me see if I can turn my camera on. Sorry, I apologize.
And identify yourself for the record, please.
Yes, sir. This is Justin Hall with FDOT District 7. Let me see if I can get my webcam on. I apologize. Sorry for the technical delay. I was not planning to speak. Just real briefly, the Section 5, I believe we've talked about this at other meetings, and I won't speak to the exact motion, but I believe the Section 5 funding is tied to the West Shore interchange funding. And so just a point of order, I guess, or point of clarification that the Section 5 funding, by striking that from the work program, because this page is our FDOT work program, so what we funded, that would directly impact the West Shore interchange funding. So, and from there, I mean, from there, you know, you guys can discuss. I just wanted to provide that information.
Justin, can you, are you able to illuminate what impact it would have on the West Shore funding? And Rick, I'll recognize you in a moment.
Yeah, to be honest, I think Marshall Hampton's on this call, and he may actually be a better person to address the potential impacts to the funding. I do know at one point the discussion was that we had to have all of the components for the West Shore interchange for the funding. I'm not sure if that's still the case. Like I said, that is outside of my area of expertise, but I believe Marshall Hampton from FDOT is on the call. I'm not sure, Rich, if you can allow him to speak on that, because he could probably provide more clarity.
I'd be happy to recognize him if he's available.
Thank you, Mr. Roberts. Did we lose him? He may have logged off already. Okay.
Okay.
Well, that's unfortunate. I am not 100% sure on what the impact would be. I do know, though, that when we went out for funding for the West Shore interchange, there were a few components that needed to be had. And I know Interstate, the Section 5, TVNX Section 5, the connection to the river, was part of the funding request for the CIS funding from the state. So just wanted to bring that up. Like I said, I respect the debate. I just want to make sure we, brought that point of clarification.
Okay, so to amplify what you're saying is that in some fashion, the construction plans for Section 5 are related to the already funded West Shore interchange project.
Yes, sir. They're all being constructed as one large project. They are all being advertised and constructed as one large design build project.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Prindle, I'll come back to you. Mr. Fernandez, comment?
I would only note that's the same argument we heard from David Gwynn last year when he was having his, for lack of a better term, a bit of a temper issue with the MPO. It may well be that there's an issue. The point is, the Citizens Advisory Committee is here to communicate the will of the citizens as appointed here. If there are nuances like that, I'm sure David Gwynn will make them again, and the MPO will probably do exactly what he asked for. But this is our time to speak. And so, in any event, that's it. The motion's there. It's been seconded. I'm done.
Motion's there. We'll second it. I think it is important to get the big picture as to how all these components fit together, and the West Shore interchange is an important part of the regional transportation plan. Mr. Prindle.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. These are the discussions where I start to get a little upset personally, and I understand that I'm sure this is not Mr. Hall's intent with his comments, but to echo a little bit and add on to Rick's comments, I find it infinitely frustrating that in the discussions of these projects, we are often told that we have to basically approve everything, because if we turn down one section, the entire project is going to go away, or that's the insinuation. And I've someone like at the last meeting made a motion to try to protect funding for the West Shore interchange. But it strains credulity a little bit to me to think that we have to vote yes on Section 5 so that the West Shore interchange can be funded and constructed, especially given that, to my knowledge, and Rich can correct me if I'm incorrect, but that it's FDOT basically that is coming up with these segments themselves and what segment defines what portion of the freeway that they're working on. So I'm going to support Rick's motion, and I continue to be a little bit perturbed that we continue to have this debate about, well, we have to take everything or nothing. I find that to be particularly unpleasing to me. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Prindle. And I think I would like to ask Mr. Hall, if he's still available, if the Section 5 or the Segment 5 that we're discussing, which runs, I believe, from Lois to Willow, is actually included in the funding that's been approved for the West Shore interchange, or if it's simply considered an integral part of the transportation plan to move traffic in and through that interchange. Is Mr. Hall or anyone else available to answer that question?
This is Sarah here. It is a separate project. as far as the funding goes, when we consider the 1.4 billion, this project is in addition to the funding for the West Shore interchange.
Okay, good. That's helpful. Funded separately. Mr. Fernandez, did you have a further comment? Or
No, sir. Even I'm tired of listening to myself. So no.
Okay.
Thanks.
All right. Okay. Any further discussion? We have a motion and a second to strike this section, which has to do with section 5 in the tip. Any further discussion? Rich Clarendon, let's do a roll call on this one as well.
All right. Ed Majewski,
Now.
Christina Costa, Christine, Barbara Kennedy Gibson,
Yes.
Nicole Rice,
Yes.
Dana Lazarus,
Yes.
David Bailey,
He's indicated no in the chat.
got it. Amy Espinoza, she may have left. Amy? Cliff Reese? Cliff? He may have left.
He left.
Luke? Was that you, Cliff? Cliff, is that you? Hearing nothing, I assume that was somebody else. Lou Prida? Lou? Rick Richmond?
No, I'd like to verify if we have a quorum too still after this. Thank you.
Yeah, me too.
Okay. Stephen Hollenkamp?
Yes.
Jeff Lucas? Jeff? White Prindle? White? Yes. Camilo Soto?
Yes.
Rick Fernandez, I'm going to put down as a yes as the maker of the motion.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, do you want to indicate your vote?
Chair votes no.
Okay. Did I miss anybody? Okay, so yeses, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Noes, I have 1, 2, 3, 4. So the motion carries by my count 7-4.
That agrees with my count. The motion carries. Thank you, Mr. Fernandez. Pardon me?
There is still a quorum.
Okay.
Okay,
So we still have a quorum. We have further motions, Mr. Fernandez?
Chair, I have one last one related to section 8. That's the section of I-4 east of the downtown interchange. It's page 63 of 249 on the PDF doc. It's item number 431746. It's the description is what's a widening from 6 to 8 lanes. interstate modification, section 8. I-4 from the, let's see, from I-4 Selman Connector to east of Branch Forbes Road. This is another area where there have been discussions about express toll lanes, unclear as to what FDOT intends to do. This particular line item historically has appeared in the TIP document in the items around sections 31, 32, 33. It's now here. So my motion is to strike item number 431-746-2, being section 8 of Tampa Bay Next.
Okay. We have a motion to strike this section from the tip. Is there a second to the motion?
Second the motion.
Nikki Rice seconds the motion. Is there discussion on the motion? And if anyone else has to leave, please let us know as you leave so we can keep track of our quorum. Thank you. Discussion on the motion. This would eliminate, Mr. Fernandez, I think, the section of Interstate 4 running roughly from the Selman Connector to Branch Forbes Road, if I understand you correctly. That's correct. Okay. No discussion. Okay, Mr. Clarendon, let's do a roll call on this vote as well. Proceed.
All right. Ed Majewski,
No.
Christina Costa, Christine, I think may have left. Barbara Kennedy Gibson,
Yes.
Nicole Rice,
Yes.
Anna Lazarus,
Yes.
David Bailey. He votes no in the chat. I think Amy left. I think Cliff left. I'm pretty sure Lou. Oh, Christine votes yes. In the chat. Sorry.
Great.
Lou Prida. I think he may have gone. Rick Richmond.
No.
Stephen Holland.
Yes.
Jeff Lucas. I think he may have left as well. Prindle.
Aye.
Camilo Soto.
Yes.
And Rick Fernandez is the maker of the motion. I'm going to put you down as a yes.
Yes, sir.
Did I miss anybody? Mr. Chairman, did you want to vote?
Chairman votes no.
Okay. So I count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 yes, and 1, 2, 3, 4 no's.
I have
The motion carries.
I apologize. I show 9 yes and 4 no's for the record.
All right. I'm gonna go down this one more time. The ones I voted are counted as yeses are Christine, Barbara, Nicole, Dana, Stephen Hollenkamp, Hoyt Prindle, Camilo Soto, and Rick Fernandez.
Christina Costa as well. Did you get her?
Yes.
Okay.
That's, by my count, that's 8. Did I miss somebody?
I don't think so.
Okay. So I think it's the motion still carries 8-4.
Right. Okay. Motion carries. Mr. Fernandez, you have one additional motion?
To adjourn? I'm kidding. No, I'm done.
Welcome. Okay.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, everyone.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
I have a question, I guess, perhaps for Sarah. Would it behoove us to take another vote on the rest of the TIP? With these items already stricken?
Yes, we typically get a final motion to bring to the board. So it would include all of these motions.
Thank you.
So I guess we'd be looking for a motion to endorse the TIP with the items removed that you've already voted on.
Right. I'll entertain that motion.
I move to have the CAC approve the TIP as amended by this meeting.
We have a motion and a second. Do we hear a second?
Second.
Was that Camilo?
That was Camilo Soto making the motion.
Right. Who made the second?
Who was the second?
I was
Fernandez?
Ed. Ed
Oh,
Magist.
sorry, Ed.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second to approve the TIP proposal as presented with the amendments adopted here by the CAC. Any discussion on that motion to move this recommendation along to the MPO board? Any discussion? Hearing none, I think we can try to do this by voice vote. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed, say nay.
No,
Nay.
that's Fernandez.
One
Rick
no.
Richmond,
Who was the
nay.
other?
Rick Richmond, nay.
Okay. Any, I have
So the motion,
two no's.
yeah.
Okay. Motion passes to approve.
Hold on. Can I hold on a second?
Yes, Nikki.
I guess I'm slightly confused on our motion, so I apologize to everybody because I know everybody's exhausted. Are we asking whether we overall approve like the entire tip, or are we negating whether or not you're going to, even if, regardless of how we vote, you still are going to present the motions in your presentation, right, as our chair?
I think the motion that was made, the motion that was made and that we, I think, just voted on is that we would approve the tip as presented, including the amendments made at this meeting. So in my presentation to the MPO board, I will certainly point out those amendments.
Okay. I would like to rescind and say that in general, I do not approve of this entire tip, but I do approve of all the motions. So I'm not quite sure how those fit together.
Well, then I would respectfully suggest you can vote no on moving the tip forward altogether.
I would vote no on moving this tip forward.
Okay.
For budgetary concerns.
Okay, so we have a no on the motion to advance the tip as amended. Are there any other no's?
Mind?
Rick
And I think
Fernandez
Rick Richmond also.
and Rick Richmond.
That is correct.
Yeah.
Thank you, Rick.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
All right, so we have 3 votes against. I believe the motion should pass if I'm counting the number of people present. Does anybody desire a roll call just for clarification? Otherwise, we'll pass the motion. A little bit awkward, but okay. We'll show that the motion passes with 3 negative votes, 3 dissenting votes. Thank you, Sarah. I appreciate your time and explanation of the.
Thank you.
It is now 12:30. The next item on our agenda is a Vision Zero Speed Management Action Plan presentation. If the committee desires, we can proceed with that. Paula Flores, you want to address the committee?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman and committee members that are still with us. I'm going to turn on my camera and just say hi and smile. Said it's a new project and a new opportunity here to make a difference. As the consultant working for the MPO on this, I do work for Raymond Peterson. But before I start, I really wanted to refer you to the slides in your packet. They are comprehensive, they are very long, but they were the slides that were prepared for an hour-and-a-half meeting we had with the stakeholder group recently, just in April. I will be giving you the Cliff Notes based on the time allotted for this item, so hang in there, and I'll try to get through this really fast. So next slide, please. So just a quick overview of the study objectives. Our #1 goal is very simple. It is to improve public health and safety by reducing road fatalities and serious injuries. And this is a major distinction between Vision Zero approach and all other safety projects. It's about reducing the carnage on our streets. More importantly, what I want to emphasize as well is the desired outcomes. We want to make sure it's comprehensive. We're talking about identifying outcomes of this plan that improve safety experiences for all users, that increase awareness of the dangers of speeding and aggressive driving, institutionalize good practices, and then it identifies some supportive policies and programs that can help us meet some of these goals. So, but we can't do any of this without the full cooperation and support of all the stakeholders, because as all of us know, the transportation system is owned and operated by so many different agencies. Next slide. The Speed Management Action Plan study scope had 5 distinct tasks. I'm going to go through these really quickly for you, but there has been a lot that was covered in past presentations, and the draft report documents do detail all of these sections, how we accomplished them, and what are the results. Next slide. Our first task was stakeholder engagement. We had a wonderful set of partners. They were very comprehensive. They're shown on your slide there. Next slide. We have met with the stakeholders 3 times last year in May, in October, and just recently at the end of April to show them some of the conclusions and some of the recommendations that have been derived as part of this journey. Next slide. What was most important about the partners that we had, next slide, thank you. These partners were integral, especially when it came to identifying prioritization factors to be considered through this process, and I have a list of them on here, and I'll touch a little bit later on this topic. Next slide. But also our partners, which are agencies involved in managing all of these facilities, also helped us significantly with identifying some of the countermeasures that are already in use, treatments such as the ones that are shown and being used, such on Fletcher Avenue and so forth, but also along with other countermeasures that the stakeholder group wants to see maybe be used more readily in our Hillsborough community. Next slide. So the task 2, I'm not going to spend a lot of time. We did solicit examples from all the local partners. We reviewed other statewide efforts that are going on related to speech management, but we're going to rely heavily on the national best practices as this is really an emerging specialization in safety. So we're going to be delving into and showing you some of the other practices that's going on throughout the nation. Of course, next slide, please. What is speed management and some of the basic principles? You know, US DOT has already been in the forefront of this topic. They already have a lot of documentation, and they already specify some of the important attributes of these plans that should be covered, such as data-driven. You must apply road design, traffic operations, and safety measures. You know, it's not just one silver bullet that's going to eradicate fatalities and serious injuries. You know, you have to talk about speed. Is it appropriate? Is it rational? Is it a desirable and safe speed on our community? We have to institutionalize good practices. It's not okay for us to say we have a complete streets policy, but then not institutionalize what that means and how do you get there. Of course, supportive enforcement, effective outreach and public engagement, and cooperation as noted. Next slide. So task 3, we were asked to look at the top 20 high injury network corridors, and high injury network HIN networks is what I'll be referring to, and then develop a way to prioritize these corridors. And how do you start? Where do you start in terms of addressing some of the concerns that they're representing or they're experiencing in some of the crashes? So one of the things, next slide, we started with was looking at speed. Speed does matter. Speed is probably one of the most important factors when it comes to safety that we have to look at. And what this slide shows, we have the top 20 corridors listed here on the left column. And what we did, we looked at what is its current posted speed limit, how is it classified, what is the context classification for that corridor or within that community, and then we compared it to national best practices on speed. And ITE and CNU had a documentation that was published back in 2010 about what are the proper speed ranges that we should have in our communities. What I was surprised and not surprised at the same time is that when I looked at this exercise, 70% of the corridors that constitute the highest crash corridors in Hillsborough County have posted speeds in excess of the national practice by at least 5 to 10 miles an hour. An additional 15% of these top 20 corridors have posted speeds in excess of 15 to 20 miles an hour in excess of the national best practice. So this is critical. This is very critical because if someone is hit at 40 miles an hour or higher, the chances of survival are less than 20%. Yet if at 20 miles an hour, the rate of survival, if hit, is closer to 90%. So this is due to the lack of adequate reaction time and peripheral vision that you lose as you drive at higher speeds. So please note that this tabulation and this quick assessment of where we stand in terms of just our posted speeds clearly does not represent how important this topic is, because everybody knows that most drivers travel at least another 5 to 10 miles an hour above the posted speed. So we have a problem. We have a very serious one, no less. But if we don't manage speed, we will never achieve Vision Zero. So I want you to keep this in mind, that this is probably one of the most important factors. Next slide. The next slide is going to show you some fatal crash trends that we found for the top 20 high injury network corridors. For example, I'll just highlight a few of these. 83% occurred during non-peak hours. 83% of these fatalities are happening when we don't have congestion, when we have lower volumes on our streets, which in turn makes a higher speed, higher crash risk, and hence what is happening here. 71% had aggressive driving speed related contributing factors. And these include reckless driving, aggravated maneuvers, ran off the road, exceeding the speed limit, ran red light, careless driver behaviors. And 60% happened in mid-block locations, which is contrary to what most people would think, that the majority of crashes happen at the intersections. So what we're seeing in these high injury corridor network is that we're seeing 60% of all the crashes, are fatal crashes no less, are happening in mid-block locations. Next slide. So another task that we performed as part of this journey was to determine with all the high injury corridors, how do we prioritize them? And the stakeholders came into this aspect by providing us a lot of feedback early on. So besides just looking at severity crash rates, per the stakeholder group, there were 7 factors that we evaluated and then used for ranking of these corridors. And we then developed a risk performance level that was developed that simply states, if the risk is high, the higher the exposure to users of that system, the more likely the severity of crashes that can occur at some of these higher points, and the higher the points we applied, so hence the higher the priority. So that the worst corridors with the highest exposure rates would be the ones with the highest points. Next slide. Oh, actually, for 1 second there. In light of everything that we're going through in our country related to equity and injustice, I wanted to bring this to your attention as I heard the conversations earlier this morning. More work needs to be done, but this study does use equity and the effects of transportation safety on communities of concern as a priority factor. Some actions related to this may need to be strengthened, but it certainly is included, and I wanted you to know that. Next slide. So this next slide shows all of the top 20 corridors, and at the top, the columns, we have severity per crash mile, we have head bike crashes per mile, we have schools per mile, we have equity and the communities of concern factor in there. We have posted speed in the context class conflict that we've identified that the speed limits are way too high. We have transit routes, so we incorporated that, and then even factored in the volume on some of these corridors. We rated all of these. We came up with a weighted average for every one of these corridors and developed a priority scoring that is high, medium, and low. The last column that shows these priority rating score, those corridors showing in orange with points higher than a 5 these are the highest priority corridors where we should be devoting some attention to. And they include Brandon Boulevard, Hillsborough Avenue, Fletcher Avenue, Dale Mabry, Bruce Downs, Sheldon, Kennedy, and Florida. Those were the highest ranked when we looked at more than just the crash severity rate, when we looked at equity, when we looked at schools, when we looked at all these other factors. Next slide. So actually specifically the Hillsborough County and the state, I think, had mentioned is some of these corridors are already being looked at and evaluated by their jurisdictional agencies. So we were asked to identify, what's beyond the top 20. So we went ahead and identified what the next 30 high injury corridors would be. Next slide. And the next slide will show you the next 30 high injury corridors. The list is hard to read, I understand that, but it includes other well-known corridors for crashes, such as MLK, Big Bend Road, Bush Boulevard, other extensions of Hillsborough Avenue. It's just notorious for the crashes along that corridor. Waters Avenue showed up, Progress Boulevard, and even Memorial Highway. The map to the right shows the existing top 20 in blue and the next 30 corridors in green. So we have a lot of work to do. As you can see on this map, it pretty much covers all your major arterials, north, south, east, west throughout the county. But it's time we have to start now. Next slide. We also had gone through the same prioritization process for these next 30. We didn't have as much information available for them, so we took the information that was readily available, and we also ranked them as well using the same system and so forth. What it does show is that we have 5 corridors that actually rank slightly higher than a couple of the low priority corridors in the top 20. Next slide, please. Next slide. Okay, this is where it's going to start getting exciting here. We are now going to go over some of the strategies, some of the countermeasures and actions to be taken as a result of this study. Next slide. But before I get started, I think it's very important that we reflect back on what Vision Zero is. And here's some principles. Safety is complex, and in order to have safe travels for all users, we must have safe streets, safe speeds, safe vehicles, and safe people. And considering that 1/3 of the US population does not drive, when you think about all the vulnerable users, safe people should be our first and only priority at this point. Next slide. So what we have done, we've created a aggressive driving countermeasures toolkit, and we've divided it in categories according to those Vision Zero principles. And we're starting with safe people, walking or biking. You'll see the list here. It is extensive, but not all exhaustive. You know, other speed management documents simply refer to good traffic calming measures and national best practices, but we felt it was important that we actually come up with a toolkit that provides all the national and international good practices at your fingertips. This toolkit is not all exhaustive, but rather a great start based on the conditions that we're seeing here in Hillsborough County, and it may change with time. The toolkit also indicates what area type, for example, urban, suburban, and rural, but also talks about location type. Is it appropriate at an intersection? Is this appropriate in a slow street or neighborhood, or is it appropriate in an arterial corridor, and so forth? So safe people includes raised pedestrian crossings, wider sidewalks, refuge islands, pedestrian crossings, and the list goes on. You can read every one of them on your screen right now. And it also ends at the bottom end. It says, we must reevaluate the target speed on every quarter when we're thinking about safety. Next slide. The next slide is again about safe streets. And it's a toolkit again, similar to the safe people, and includes traffic calming techniques such as mirroring travel lanes, roundabouts, raised intersections, eliminating acceleration lanes, which we have an awful lot here in Hillsborough County that are not appropriate in the context. We need street lighting, two-way streets, reevaluation that, again, of not just the context class that some of these quarters may be not properly classed, but also the target speed on a lot of these streets and quarters. Next slide. Safe streets also continues. One of the interesting things that we found that we had to address was coming up with safe freeway interchanges and how to design them, especially in urban contexts. We have a lot of urban freeways that touch down on major arterials such as Dale Maybury, and how to treat those connecting points. So we put it in here with things such as redesigning the high-speed off-ramps. How do you do that appropriately and more safely so vehicles then start traveling at the lower speed limits on the local network? Providing safe continuous bike lanes through some of these interchanges which are not there, non-existent. And again, reevaluating the target speed of these touchdowns. At the bottom half of the table, we're also talking about safe traffic operations. And this is more like the smart cities components, you know, how to use the traffic signals and coordinating them at the appropriate target speed. You know, how do we need to add more traffic signals to improve connectivity and provide more opportunities to slowing down traffic. We need to look at target speed again for signal coordination and so forth. So this list is very comprehensive. Next slide. The last toolkit that we put together was on targeted enforcement, education campaigns, and PSAs. This encourages the use of automated speed enforcement, which we don't have in our community here, but it's time that we start really thinking about using this automated enforcement technique. Potentially using more red light cameras where we do have problems with speeding in high crash quarters. Targeted enforcement on these high injury quarters with higher fines, and also including where we have our most vulnerable near schools where our children walk and travel on a routine basis. Next slide. So now I'm going to go into our actions and implementation strategy. For this section, I want you to seriously look at, and I hope a lot of you have already read, refer the packet that was sent to you. The section is very detailed and it's very long. I won't go through all those slides. I am simply going to highlight the actions for each of the sections on speed setting, actions on engineering and operations, action on enforcement, policy and legislative, and evaluation. There are many examples, ways that these actions can be accomplished, and they are detailed in your detailed version that you have in front of you. So please feel free to ask me any questions later after I finish this presentation. Next slide. So I'm going to start with speed setting. Knowing that speeding is such a big problem, there are 3 action items that are identified, and I have color-coded them throughout the presentation. The orange are short-term, 1 to 2 years. We should be tackling some of these actions. Midterm is 3 to 5 years, and if it was highlighted in green, it meant long-term. That may take more years to get it accomplished. So for speed setting, we need to come up with a regional context classification for all streets in our community. This was a task that we had to undertake. FDOT has been doing that on some of their roads, but it's not consistent, and it's not throughout the entire county. We have to immediately evaluate all our projects. Are the projects that are currently on the table, either draft, under review, final design, are about to go to construction or in construction? We should be reevaluating them to make sure that we are doing everything within our power to manage speed in our community, and it has to be now. I also recommend that we initiate a Hillsborough County Safety Task Force that should engage on speed limit setting. This is a controversial topic, but somebody has to start looking at this if we're ever going to make any inroads on this. It must improve consistency of the outcomes, and actually restore credibility what speed limits are, because most people think that speed limits are minimum speeds, but in fact they are the max, and nobody is abiding by that max. Next slide. So some of the actions for engineering and operations. Number 1 priority. We have to start addressing these top 50 high injury network corridors. There's too many of our residents that are losing their lives on their daily happenings and commutes within our corridor. So that would be the first action. Update design manuals. There's so many design manuals and design standards that need to be updated to reflect safety and how to manage speed appropriately, not just for vehicles, but more importantly for all the vulnerable users. They have no other option but to take transit, to walk, or to bike. We must incorporate design flexibility based on the national best practices. There have been some what are national guidance that have become what we call standards, and now you can't meet them, and hence we can't incorporate some of these traffic calming materials or techniques. So we have to change that and make sure that we go back to the flexibility that was inherent in the national guidelines. Establish local street design guidelines. FDOT has street design guidelines, but there is nothing that says that the county and the city can't have their own that is more tailored to the context of their communities and the needs of the users of that community. I have listed Action 5 traffic operations. There's a whole bunch of items that should be in there. Professional development and training. This is new. This is not the way we normally operate when you look at safety from a Vision Zero lens. So hence we have to retrain not just our professionals that are within these agencies, but the professionals in the workforce and also our elected officials, which I'll comment on a little bit in a second here. But one of the things that I think is very important is we must fund improvements that achieve speed management goals. And I just heard a conversation about how are we prioritizing some of these projects. But when I see projects being prioritized and the only criteria listed is volume to capacity ratio, we're not doing our part. We have to really think about some of these projects, what is important in our community and why isn't safety so important, and number 1, and what are the metrics to make sure that projects that affect positively on safety should be funded. And then I also have an Action 8 to collaborate with some of the law enforcement and firefighting and emergency response professionals on some of the utilization of some of these tools on our streets. Next slide, please. Next slide is on education and enforcement. In this segment, please read through the details, talk about, educating public and the elected officials, because we all know that it's the elected officials that often have to approve the funding and make final decisions on the direction we take on infrastructure investment. And we also need to educate the public on their responsibilities of the awareness of their actions when they decide to speed and gamble on injuring somebody on that road. We need to encourage adoption of speed management policy, just like we did with complete streets. It's not anything different, but it has to be there in order for people to be then required to do it. We develop a lot of educational and PSA messages around speeding and aggressive driving behaviors and so forth. And again, it's listed in our action items. And establish equitable enforcement practices and enforcement recommendations. These two actions, in light of everything that's been happening in our country in the last couple of weeks, we're going to take a deeper dive into that and make sure that we should be enhancing them and strengthen the importance of enforcement in our community. Next slide. So policy and legislation, this is the second to last item here. One, we have to start supporting changes to laws and regulations that as necessary to ensure that people are protected to the greatest extent possible. And we have to start really thinking about what is it that is preventing some of these good measures from being utilized effectively in our community. We have to set a firm Vision Zero crash reduction goal. It's not okay for us to say our goal is by 2045 is only 10%. We need to look at trying to reduce crash fatalities and serious injuries in the next 10 years and have a real hardcore, goal to achieve. But we also must fund the improvements to get there. We also talk about developing an interagency speed and safety review process to assess land use policies that sometimes are in conflict with creating safe, walkable neighborhoods, transportation plans that go along with that, access points to subdivisions and so forth, designs and other implementation projects throughout the communities. And we need to start reviewing and updating land use policies to ensure that I mentioned the walkable, safe, and healthy communities. And we need to review and initiate new traffic safety legislation measures that often come up and sometimes get approved or do not approve. Next slide. Next slide is the last one. It's about plan evaluation. We only have one action, which is to develop this process evaluation metrics and timeframes for the plan, such as we need to start looking at this plan once approved on a quarterly basis, come up with not only qualitative but quantitative measures such as speed reduction, crash reduction, serious injury, fatality reduction, impact on travel time, and number of quarters proactively and reactively we are addressing. So we have a lot of work to do. We have a lot of actions here to undertake. This is not a county action or a city action or a state action. Is everybody has to take all of these actions moving forward together as one team to really start making a dent on reducing fatalities and serious injuries in our community. So right now, next step, please, or next slide. Next step, this plan was presented to the stakeholder group at the end of April. We have drafted up the draft plan, which is going to be reviewed by all of the stakeholder group. We will incorporate all of those comments in here, but we are requesting the CAC chair and members to approve the speed management action plan and forward it to the MPO board for their approval. That's it for me, and I'm more than willing to answer any questions.
Thank you, Paula. Thank you for the presentation. It contains a lot of good information. This is an action item on our agenda. I think, although there may be questions for Paula, I'd like to take those under discussion if we have a motion to recommend this report and forward it on to the MPO.
So moved.
Stephen, do you make that motion?
Fernandez moved.
Made the motion. Fernandez made the motion. Steve Hollencamp made a second. Is there discussion about the motion and the report? Nikki Rice.
I apologize doing this. I know we're at 4.5 hours and I'm not used to even sitting in a chair because I'm a hairdresser, so I'm about to lose my mind as well. So, Paula, that was a great presentation. There are so many things in there I could not agree with more. But one of the things that I want to talk about when we opened up the conversation was you had said that earlier you had heard our conversation in the beginning in regards to making a statement in regards to inequality and justice. And one of the things in this presentation that I have concern about is it is going to increase policing and fines, which impact people in communities or low income communities or anybody in regards to having their driver's license in the state of Florida. I see this as expanding police big time as far as enforcement based on the one slide. And I don't know if you can go back to that one that talked about fines. Is that possible?
Paul, are you still with us?
I'm not driving the slide presentation.
Okay.
Oh, okay. Whoever's driving the car, make sure you go slow though. We could go back to that slide. It was towards the beginning, and it had to do with fines, increasing fines, and increasing not just that, but policing of certain areas.
Yeah, it's actually sprinkled in the toolbox and is also in the recommendations for actions.
Yes, could you open that slide, please?
Under enforcement.
It's the 27th page of the agenda, I think. If you're looking at the agenda, I'm not sure.
Oh, you're looking at the full presentation?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Are we there, Paula?
Yeah. Is that what you want on action item 4 to establish equitable enforcement?
Yes.
Yeah, but you have a slide in there that did not come off as equitable at all. And that was in regards to policing and fines.
Correct. And my apologies. I did say that in light of everything that's happened in the last 2 weeks, we're going to take a deep look into some of the language that's in here to make sure that it is equitable. I can tell you that, for example, I just saw that yesterday, Safe Routes to School organization, national organization, has already eliminated enforcement from their plans and programs as a whole because of the sensitivity.
Right.
I acknowledge that this was written back, in April as presenting to the committee. When we talk about enforcement in terms of speed, we're talking about enforcement of egregious speeding on some of these corridors, where we know that some of these corridors are already posted at 45, 55 miles an hour, and we know that we have speeders during off-peak hours that are aggressively driving through these corridors, and they deserve and need to be somehow held accountable for the risk that they are imposing in our communities. Comment well taken. We will look at this. One of the differentiators I want to say, however, is that when you go to automated enforcement, it is equitable across all. It's not a police officer behind a car trying to figure out or profiling who they stop and don't stop. So there's a lot of information available nationally to deal and address with that.
It's actually a different slide. It refers to red light cameras. It refers to quite a few different things. One, and it's not this slide, but bringing in more safety patrol people perhaps in areas where you have schools would be far more equitable to people because it causes the slowdown in areas. I personally, that slide was, what I saw was a campaign, and it stinks because that I interpret it that way, because I think everything you're saying here is, this is so absolutely true across the board. Florida, people are like, no, the left lane's the speeding lane. I'm like, no, the speed limit's the speed limit, okay? But there is a piece in this that really kind of put me on edge in regards to policing and ticketing and enforcement with cameras. And I think there's a lot of better ways to handle that. And I'm glad that you guys are aware of that, and that hopefully that's going to be something that alternatives are looked at. because one ticket that isn't paid can cause a lot of problems.
Thank you, Nikki. Stephen, you have a comment?
Mr. Chairman, may I interject just for a minute? We're in danger of losing a quorum.
Yes.
So I would suggest, if at all possible, that we see if there are any questions about the motion, which, as I understand it, was to approve the recommendations and forward them on, and take a vote on that. And then if there are follow-up questions, we can handle those.
I think that's a good suggestion. Christine, I see you, but let's take a vote. This is an action item. We're 4 hours plus into our meeting, and I know some people may be having to leave. So I would like to ask for a vote. We have a motion and a second to approve the Vision Zero Speed Management Report. If we care to make subsequent amendments to that, we can do it, but I would like to vote on the motion as it's on the floor. Is there any further discussion on the motion? Hearing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Any opposed?
I'm confused because I would have wanted to make an amendment. This is Dana speaking. I would have wanted to make an amendment, but it didn't, there was no time in your, I would have wanted to amend it to approve the motion, approve the plan with the condition that enforcement be completely relooked at. And I know that Paula said that that is what they're doing, but I would like that to be in our official recommendation to the MPO.
I would second that. I think it's imperative.
Thank you, Nikki. Is there any objection to re-voting on the issue and accepting this amendment? Any objection? Hearing no objection, we will void the previous call for a vote. Dana will accept your amendment to forward this on with a recommendation that enforcement be examined carefully. Is there a second to Dana's amendment to the motion?
I'll second it. That's Fernandez.
Rick Fernandez seconds. Any discussion on the amendment to the motion? The amendment is to add a recommendation to examine enforcement. All those in favor of the amendment, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing no opposition, the amendment passes. And we can have comment after we go ahead with a vote on the motion. All those in favor of the motion as amended, which is to include, which is to move the recommendation along to the MPO with an amendment that it take into consideration enforcement practices. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Hearing no opposition, the motion passes. And we'll still accept comments and questions, but I did not want to lose our quorum. Mr. Fernandez?
Just a quick question, Chair. Is there anything else that we are going to be taking under advisement today that requires a quorum and a vote? Because if so, I'll stick, but I got to go.
Yeah, I have no other action items, and we have agreed to defer our 3 reports till a subsequent meeting.
Good, thank you. Thank you all very much. Great to see you all. Good discussions. And that was a great report, by the way. Thank you so much. See ya.
That was a great report.
Nikki?
Oh, I was just saying that was a great report on the actual stats and solutions.
Thank you. Hoyt, comment?
I was just going to make a motion to have the committee adopt the spirit of the language of the resolution to come back later after the full committee report and combine that with a motion to adjourn the meeting.
This is Camilo Soto. I second the support for the spirit of the resolution in pendency of the actual formalized resolution that the committee provides.
Okay. We have a motion from Hoyt. I'd like to ask Rich if he has a count to determine that we still have a quorum. If so, we'll be happy to take the motion and act on it.
Hang on, I'm counting.
Okay.
Can you please repeat the motion?
The motion was to adopt the spirit of the resolution while tabling the full vote on the resolution until after the committee reports at the next meeting, combined with a motion to adjourn.
I'd like to
make
make
Vision Zero resolution.
This is the resolution that we discussed at the start of the meeting regarding that Hoyt brought forward.
Thank
we
you.
appointed a subcommittee to study. There's no bearing
Got
on
it.
the action on this action item that we just approved. And Hoyt, if I could respectfully ask you to separate those two motions, I don't think I'm quite ready for a motion to adjourn.
I will, Mr. Chair. I was just trying to make it efficient, so I will.
I appreciate it.
My motion then will be a motion to adopt the spirit of the language of my resolution while submitting it to the subcommittee that the chair has appointed for a report at the next meeting.
And would you further authorize me to report that spirit to the MPO board at their next meeting?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Any discussion on Hoyt's motion? And I have lost track of who seconded that.
To the extent it needs another second, it's Camilo Soto again, seconding.
Thank you, Camilo. Okay, we have a motion and a second to convey to the MPO board the spirit of the resolution provided by Hoyt Prindle earlier in the meeting, while we have a meeting of this subcommittee to develop definitive language. I don't think there's any discussion on this item. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Are there any no votes? All right, hearing none, the chair votes yes, and the motion passes. Thank you, Hoyt, and thanks for bringing this to our attention. Are there any further questions of Paula or regarding information that you'd like to have about the report on the Vision Zero speed management plan? Christine Acosta.
Thank you. I just want to thank Paula, and having spent the majority of the last 5 years in vulnerable user safety, I just want to really encourage our committee members who can still hear me that this is a new and different way to look about speed. There could be no more important element for us to consider and work on. Vision Zero cities and around the country and the world say, if you're not working on speed, you are not working on Vision Zero. So this is critically, critically important. And our vernacular needs to change. We're not talking about people who are speeding. We are talking about set speeds are wrong in large part. And if they're wrong on our state roads and our county roads, I can assure you they are wrong in the neighborhoods. So we just have to start being spokespersons everywhere we go, every chance we get, that our speeds are at the wrong set point, not that people speed too much. This is about talking about not user behavior, like, dear user, please don't use the system in the manner in which it was designed. That message will never work. It has to be, dear system designers, please fix the speeds. Thank you.
Thank you, Christine. Other comments or questions of Paula about the report now that we voted to advance it? Stephen Hollencott.
Thank you, Chair. Paula, I love a good presentation. That was a really wonderful presentation, littered with so many good nuggets of information and ideas that need to be said more often in front of our city leaders. It just makes sense. One thing though that I was looking for is the conversation was very much structured around pedestrian safety, which is a super important component of why we should slow down the cars. But revitalizing downtowns, slowing down the cars is good for walkability. It's good for downtowns, and it's good for it improves property values. And in Plant City, I have found that angle to resonate with people when there's a downtown involved. And so I would say from just a branding of trying to make these ideas connect with people, when you only talk about pedestrians, that's one important component. But when you add it with, this is just how you build great neighborhoods, and this is how you build great communities. You slow down cars. Nobody wants to walk down the sidewalk with their child in a cart in a stroller when cars are going by at 55 miles an hour. Just something to consider. And then the other thing I saw, so it's going to be a report, but it's not done yet.
It's in draft form right now, and the stakeholder committee is reviewing it, and the MPO finalized the details.
Okay.
But it covers everything you saw was the report. Those are the key findings.
Okay. Will we be receiving the report, or can we make sure we get it?
We can make sure that the report is prepared and shared.
Okay, great. Thank you.
I sent the link to the committee yesterday with all the meeting materials, including this report.
Okay, not the presentation, but the full report.
That's what I'm talking about.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
And Stephen, thank you for your comments. What I'm seeing around the nation with communities that have already taken more aggressive stages or steps that we're going to be on is that even outside of a downtown, a very urbanized area where peds and bikes is the focus for movement, economic growth, in neighborhoods, you could do the same thing. In smaller village areas, I think it's a city of Seattle, I think, that is drawing lines around what they call urban villages and creating that sense of a downtown within a less urbanized area. So people can take ownership of their community and really start pushing for some of these ideas and thoughts on how we can maintain and take back our community to fulfill what it's supposed to be doing. So there's a lot of wonderful examples all over the nation already on how they're implementing some of these principles, which is great.
Thank you again, Paula. I love your passion. Keep it up.
Thank you.
Thanks, Stephen. Mr. Soto.
Yes, thanks, Chair. Paula, my question is really quick. On you provide a bunch of countermeasures, proposed countermeasures that are being employed to encourage safe streets, safe speeds, safe vehicles, safe people in an effort to curb aggressive driving. Do you have, or are you able to maybe quantify which of these countermeasures maybe provide, don't know really any other way to kind of say it, but the best bang for your buck, so to speak. So for every investment in curb cuts or in protected bike lanes, it's resulted in X amount of reduction in fatal crashes or aggressive driving or whatever metric you have. Is that something that can be quantified in a decently more cohesive way that I'm describing?
Yes, there is actually a national database that shows the correction factors associated with a lot of these treatments, right? But I must insist that it's not just one that's going to be the silver bullet. If you look at some of these corridors, these are one of the heaviest traveled corridors that we have in our county. So we have to have a combination of a lot of treatments. It's about narrowing those travel lanes so people feel less comfortable going at very high rates of speed. It's about introducing center medians and with lots of trees that provide that traffic calming effect. It's about making sure that everywhere we have a bus stop, we have a crossing. People don't just get off a bus and stand there in the middle of a sidewalk. They want to cross to the other side. So how frequent are some of these crossings that we're missing in our community? We should not have an urban arterial that has a 2-mile stretch with no signals. That's unheard of. That's crazy. That enables speeding. So how can we introduce more traffic signals so we can then have a better possibility of coordinating these signals in something more reasonable, like 30 miles an hour maybe, or 35 on these high corridors. So it's a combination of a lot of these treatments that really will start to result in significant reductions in safety. You can't just put an RFP somewhere and say, we're done. You know, so we have to work, we have to evaluate the users of the corridor itself and then come back with what works. And we may not get it right the first time. Sometimes we have to come back and add more because it just the way it is, because we're making sometimes decisions based on the information that's readily available, and we may not have all the necessary, especially qualitative information about how the users are truly using it. So it's a matter of, it's a complex equation that all of us need to work on.
Further comment, Mr. Soto? Thank you, Paula. I think the committee would agree it was an excellent report. I'm sure you'll take to heart the comments and the motion that we passed regarding the enforcement provisions. Are there any other questions or discussions about Paula's report? If not, I'd like to move on to unfinished business and try to wrap up by 1:30. We have deferred the 3 status reports on our agenda for a future meeting. I don't know, Rich Clarendon, if you've got a date when those are going to come back up. I assume either the next meeting or shortly thereafter.
We'll try to squeeze them in somewhere.
Okay. And I'd like to recognize Rick Richmond to see if he has anything he'd like to pass along about the T-BARTA CAC as our representative. Rick, you still there?
I am, Bill. Yes, thank you. And I was gonna maybe defer, but I see our next meeting is in August. But so we had a meeting in April 15th. The committee heard and endorsed the T-BARTA's Regional Transit Development Plan, Envision 2030. This was one of the requirements of T-BARTA's charter. So for them to be able to complete this, kind of checks the box for one of the administration requirements. The second, the committee heard an update on T-BARTA's Commute Tampa Bay program, which was mentioned in the tip today. And with next week's T-BARTA CAC meeting, I will follow up with some funding questions from other counties regarding that program. And then also Christine's motion about involvement in regional trail coordination and planning. I'll also bring that up in the meeting. So good discussion on that and some good ideas. So if anyone has any questions.
Okay, thank you, Rick. Any questions of Rick about T-BARTA? Okay, there are a couple of announcements under the unfinished business. The Managed Lanes Workshop is coming up in October. The Plant City Fiscal Analysis Workshop will be in July and a date to be determined. And then our next meeting of the CAC is August 12th at 9 a.m. Is there any other new business or unfinished business to come before the committee in our remaining time?
Mr. Chair,
Yes,
just a quick comment on the unfinished business. We do need to adjust the CAC calendar for your meeting in October if we're going to be able to take advantage of the guest speaker on Managed Lanes. I believe that meeting is currently scheduled for October 21st, and I'd like to move it up to the previous week, if at all possible. I think under the given the time today, it's probably not something we should discuss, but I can send out a poll on that. In the same vein, I'd also like to poll the committee on a date for setting a workshop in July for the Plant City Fiscal Analysis. This is something that Mr. Hollenkamp presented on a couple of occasions, and I think we agreed that those who are interested could sit with him in a workshop to go over that in more detail. So look for maybe a dual poll to try to pin down a date that works for both of those events.
Good, thank you. I think, yeah, if we'll send out that poll, I think that'd be very helpful. And of course, I'll remind the CAC members of the TIP public hearing on June 30th. Public comment is obviously encouraged since it's a public hearing on the tip, and at which time the MPO will be taking action on it. Any other unfinished business or new business to come before the committee? Thank you all, those who stayed, and thanks everyone for their votes and their consideration and their study of these issues. I appreciate it very much. I'll entertain a motion for adjournment. Mr. Hollenkamp, make the motion.
Bye, everybody.
Okay. All right. Thank you, everyone. We are adjourned.